Good morning.
Good morning, council. Good morning, staff, guests. Welcome. For those of you that weren't here yesterday, my name is Amy, Dr. Amy Clymer. I'm facilitating. So, council, good to see you all back. How was everyone's evening?
Very nice.
Yeah, some good food, good fun, whatever you're doing, good teaching. All right, so I wanted to kick off this morning with just a little check-in on our working agreements, which we started on yesterday. And then in a little bit, we'll get into the budget, and we've got some staff here who are gonna go deep into that, and we'll spend all morning on the budget. And then the afternoon, we'll be finalizing the goals for the strategic priorities. And staff, a heads up for you all, at the end of the day, there's an opportunity for you to ask council clarifying questions that you have about the goals or priorities or anything that came up. So staff, you'll be on deck at the end of the day. Couple little logistical things. Don't know if this is helpful, but I put little reminders at your seat to please use your mic when you talk. And Deborah and Esther, you now have your own mics, which is good. Yeah, anything anyone needs to say before we get started, council? Noted, yeah. All right, so quick review. These are our working agreements that you all came up with yesterday. Be open and honest with each other, seek to understand each other's why, lead with compassion, operate and lead in good faith, collaborate and connect with each other, engage in respectful disagreement, meaning cognitive conflict, support each other, be yourself, and support others in being themselves. So I wanted to check in and just open up for a conversation here about what ideas do you all have on how you can help yourselves and each other stay accountable to these working agreements over the next year. So I'm just curious what thoughts you all have on that.
We could put that in the council chamber. I mean, I'm sort of half kidding, but not really. I feel like these days you kind of need it. This is guidance.
Yeah, it could be at the dais, could be at the, yeah, I think it's actually, it will be impossible for you all to remember this. I mean, maybe if someone here has like an exceptional memory, but you all aren't going to remember this. Like, this is why we have signs, we have reminders a lot in our lives. So I do think having some sort of physical place that this is, a little like card at your seat at the dais or at, in the council chambers, whatever, I think that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Other thoughts on what ideas you have for how you might keep yourselves and each other accountable to these? Do it like a Pledge of Allegiance.
There are councils that recite, they kind of recite the sort of rules of decorum for the meeting. I don't know. And the commission, I think, actually does, says a little something at the beginning.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. Have any of you been to Creative Mornings, that event? Yeah, a couple of you.
This Creative Mornings.
What's that?
Start going. You're really pushing the Creative Mornings.
Yeah, we were talking about it last night at dinner. Yeah, it's a great event. It happens once a month, Friday mornings in Asheville, but it actually happens all over the world. And Creative Mornings has this little, what do they call it? A manifesto. And they kick off every event, and everybody, either one person reads it or everybody reads it together. It's kind of a fun, and it's sort of a light way to remind ourselves, like, oh, we be creative in life. So that's an idea you all can play with if you want to think about, writing this in a way that makes it like that you could read it out loud. That's actually, yeah. Other thoughts on how you might keep yourselves and each other accountable? How you might keep yourselves and each other accountable to these working agreements?
This could
That's good.
a little cheesy, but
you know, if you're in a situation where you're having a conversation with each other and something's like teasing up, something's flaring up, you could be like, hey, just give me a minute to lead with compassion, or I don't know. I don't know that I would authentically do that because it would be like calling someone out. But even just referencing like, hey, this is a hard conversation. I want to remember our working agreements because I care about our team might be useful. But I think where this is going to be hardest is when things are tense and we're trying to work through stuff and it's not easy. And then that's when it's easiest to forget this stuff because we're working through really hard stuff. So just referencing like our working agreements are here for a reason. I'm trying. Can you try it with me?
I think that's actually a really good point. I think both points there. One, that, yeah, this is really easy to do when we're in like happy, good place. But it is a lot harder when we're struggling, when something's stressful. And I think I think it's actually can be a really good idea to say out loud, like, I just need a pause. I need to pause for a moment so I can regroup around our working agreements or whatever, like that phrase, however you might say it authentically for yourself. But I think the more you bring this forward into the conversation and reference it, then the more valuable it is. If we just have this conversation now, today and yesterday at the retreat, and then it's never talked about until next year's retreat, it's actually just became a sort of rote exercise. It's not that helpful. So it's really about like what happens over the next year with it. So yeah, I think that's a great idea, Maggie. If you're comfortable doing that for yourselves. Yeah, other thoughts? All right, so one other question with this is that inevitably, like, everyone messes up, right? There's gonna be times where you don't adhere to this very well. You're rude to each other or snap or something happens. So the other question I want to throw out to the group is, how do you want to repair those moments? Is that something you want to, well, I'll just ask the question, like, how might you want to repair those moments when you make a mistake and violate these working agreements? A swear jar.
We are looking for new revenue streams.
Yeah, a swear jar. That's awesome. Maggie.
Apologize?
Yeah.
I mean, I had a conversation with the internet recently. I was like, I gotta say, I'm sorry. I don't think that worked out the way I wanted it to.
Yeah.
It's not very comfortable or easy, but
Yeah.
it's worth a try.
And if I could put you on the spot, Internet, how did that feel when Maggie?
I'm not on the spot because we were reaching for the mic at the same time. You just beat me to it.
Oh, sweet.
But not to say that you had called, but I was going to say, first of all, recognize and then apologize.
Yeah.
And then that opens the door for constructive conversation.
And how does it feel when someone apologizes to you?
Actually, I looked at it more for not how it made me feel. I was thinking, wow, how must she feel in this moment? So because I recognized that it was a vulnerable state, I tried to just kind of like step back for a minute. And then I was appreciative.
Okay, so you're appreciative, yeah. Yeah, I think an apology goes a long way, which is sort of a nice guideline both for counsel and life in general, right? Yeah, definitely apologize. And is that something you feel like you want to do kind of like one-on-one, individually? Is it something you want to do within the whole group? Like, how would you all want to approach that? Or just maybe depends on the situation? Or what are your thoughts? Kim?
I mean, it kind of fits into our triangulation. I remember a couple years ago, Shanika, be bringing that to the group, and our original agreements was go direct, be direct.
Like, go talk to that person directly. Cool.
Because it's hard to apologize when you don't know what the issue is. Or that it is an issue. Right? So.
Can you say more on that? Like, yes, yes, I agree with that, but like, say more, what
So
do you mean?
recognizing that different people have different levels of self-awareness. So what may be just a normal course of action for you might be particularly offensive to someone else. And so if you don't know that it was an issue, it doesn't even open the door up for an apology.
Yeah. Yeah. I think too, on the flip side of that apology and kind of building on what you're saying, Antoinette, is sometimes it can be helpful to reach out to somebody and say, hey, what you just said, that really hurt me. That was tough to hear. And engage in that conversation from that angle, in coming from a place of like seeking to understand, that compassion, that can also go a long way. That especially if the person has no clue that might have been hurtful. And so sometimes it might mean you have to step forward and let them know that happened. Kim?
Yeah, I just also want to say that, like, I know we're all really busy. And Esther, I think you mentioned it yesterday well, is that we don't have as many of our meetings in person as some bodies do. So we see each other sometimes at the grocery store or out in the world, or we're at community events. But it can help to have those conversations in a place where you're getting the energy off of somebody and more able to acknowledge our shared humanity.
Yeah, absolutely.
But sometimes it's just picking up the phone.
Sometimes it's what?
Just picking up the phone.
Picking up the phone, yeah, yeah. I know, I feel like our society has really pulled away from the phone, but it can be an incredible tool, yeah. All right, so anything more you want to say here about these working agreements, either about accountability or repair? Anything else you want to add? Cool. All right, so I'm gonna put on you all the responsibility of somehow, whatever makes sense for you, making these visible in some way. And so you all can figure that out, if it's literally taking this poster and putting it in the council chambers, or having something at your seats. This will get typed up as well for you, but I'm gonna leave that to you all to figure out how to do that after today. How's it sound? Cool. All right, who's ready to talk about money? All right, we have a crew, whoops, all right, let me move this first. All right, please give a warm round of applause to Deborah Campbell, Shannon Barrett, Taylor Floyd, and Tony McDowell. Come on up.
If that was round and an applause, I'm worried about you guys. So, good morning. I appreciate you all being able to attend the dinner. Last night, I really had a good time. And for those of you who weren't there or unable to attend, we really missed you. Wanted to start out with those sentiments. We are getting ready, and I hope you all have your coffee, because we are going to cover a lot of information within a fairly short amount of time. We've got a break in between. We also have slides where we will allow discussion and questions, because this is a relatively complex discussion as it relates to our budget, but we're covering a lot of ground and subject matters that include compensation, that include our enterprise funds, that include the capital budget, discussion around the GO bond. So we're going to cover a lot of information, and we just ask that, as part of your ground rules, that you try as much as possible to be present. Again, it's a lot of information. We're not asking for a decision about anything. We have a number of work sessions where we will get a lot more succinct and, I guess, direct in terms of asking for a specific decision. But for now, this is information sharing for the most part, and to hear you all's questions and ideas, and we'll take that, massage it, and come back through our work sessions and have more detailed conversations. So we have a triumvirate We've got Shannon Barrett with Human Resources. We have Taylor Floyd, our budget manager, and we have Tony McDowell that's going to cover this information. So with that, I was trying to buy a little time for them to get up the presentation, so.
The slides aren't on this computer, so we're
Oops.
getting ready to,
Does anyone want to send it to you?
Oh, yeah, Peck's governor.
Okay, we're getting it.
just building the suspense here.
That is not it. That was the slide. That is not it.
We'll get it, we'll get it, we'll get it.
Okay. Dun, dun, dun. I forgot how it goes. Oh, yeah, thank you, Mayor. We did it, y'all. We did it. I know,
All right.
right?
All right, thank you all.
Do you want this?
I'm already sweating a little bit nervous because of that. So we will jump in. So budget today, I think we have about 2.5 hours with y'all to talk about budget and priorities. And like Deborah said, you're going to hear from me. I'm Tony McDowell, the Finance Director. You're going to hear from Taylor Floyd, our Budget Manager, and also Shannon Barrett, our Human Resources Director, back in the back there. So I'm going to kick things off. And as always, we have our key takeaways. So I want to run through these with you all. And so the first one is about collaboration. And we've been talking a lot about that internally. But collaboration is essential every year, but particularly we believe this year because we're seeing some slowing in our revenue growth, and we'll talk more about that. But collaboration is essential to addressing our organizational and community needs. And we believe that's collaboration internally, and Taylor's going to talk to you all a little bit about some of the work we did at the Department Director Budget Retreat back in January. We used the word collaborate a lot at that meeting. And it's also collaboration outside the organization as well. So working with the county, it's working with the state to identify funding needs for some of our critical infrastructure, particularly in water. It's working with the community to get their input on where we go with our budget this year. And so collaboration is key. The second bullet there is about recruiting and retaining a talented workforce, and that is essential to our service delivery. And again, that's not something new either. You all have heard us talk a lot about that over the last few budget cycles. You're going to see some numbers later on in the presentation that show you some of the investments that we've made in our compensation and benefits over the last few years, but we need to keep doing more to keep up. And that's going to be one of the messages we share with y'all today. Good news, we're well positioned to make decisions, I would say. We have some key data and we've done some technical assessments already over the last 12 to 18 months that put us in position to know what some of our priorities are, particularly on the capital side. We have the facilities condition assessment that's complete. We've also, on the water side, we've been working with our outside experts from Raftalis to craft a strategy to help fund some of our water capital needs over the next few years. So we feel like we're in a good position to make some key decisions moving through this budget process. And then finally, speaking of decisions, I think as Ms. Campbell indicated, we're not here to make decisions today. We're really here to inform y'all and keep this conversation moving forward, and it's going to continue over the next few months. So just a quick outline of what we're going to cover today. So we're going to start, and Taylor's going to handle this portion. It's an update on where we are in the current fiscal year. Essentially, this is our second quarter financial report that we do for you all around this time each year. And then we're going to begin to look forward into next year. We're going to provide you an outlook for our fiscal year 25 general fund budget, And we're going to talk about some of the potential new investments we're considering as a part of the budget process. We're also going to show you all a few slides that look even further out beyond that and into a 5-year forecast as well. We're also going to talk about the outlook within our enterprise funds. And then finally, we're going to finish up by talking about our long-term capital planning, particularly the GEO bond that we're looking at for November 2024. So as always, we like to share these slides that kind of show what the process looks like. There may be some folks today who are joining us who haven't seen some of our earlier work sessions. So this slide shows the process. It shows a 9-month process. It's really more of a 12-month process now, but where we're at, and this really fits nicely with what we're going to be talking about today. We're in that January-March timeframe that's labeled priorities, and you can see the two sub bullets under there is staff provides financial context, which is what we're going to be doing today, and council refines its priorities, which is what you all are doing here, or have been doing the last couple of days. So from here, we're going to move into the April-May time period, and that's really when we start to make decisions around the budget. And we bring forward a manager's proposed budget in May, and then there'll be council deliberations with the budget adoption in June, and then our new fiscal year starts in July. So just to show you all, again, the schedule with some of the specific dates on it, and I will note one change here. We're today at the February 23rd council retreat. We had a work session originally scheduled for March the 12th. That's been canceled. What we're going to do is we're going to go with 2 work sessions, one on March 26th and the second one on April the 9th, and we're going to extend the time period for each of those. So we're going to be starting those meetings 30 minutes earlier than originally planned. One thing I will point out that's not on here, which I think is a key date, even though we're canceling the work session on March the 12th, we will be at the Policy, Finance, and HR Committee that day presenting our FY fiscal year 25 fee recommendations. So we will be doing that at that meeting and then hopefully bringing those forward for council consideration on March the 26th. Oh, and one thing I wanted to say at the beginning, please, we've got a lot of slides, a lot of information. We have some question slides built in, but please feel free to stop us at any point if you have questions or comments. Again, as always, you all have seen this many times, our guiding principles that we look at as we go through the budget process. And I will read through these because I do think they're really important. The first is essential service delivery, and it's ensuring that as we go through the budget process that we make sure departments have the resources required to meet service delivery expectations. And I think you all talked a little bit about core services yesterday. I think that really feeds into that. The second bullet is we want to make sure, as we do consider new investments, that we enhance our customer value. So we want to make sure we're efficient in our service delivery and that whatever decisions we make during the budget process, they improve the customer experience. And then finally, we want to make sure we're in alignment with your goals so that we can help achieve what the community and council and staff want to achieve with the budget each year. And then finally, the guiding principles, the priorities from City Council, these are your last year or well, I guess I should say your current year priorities that you identified. I won't read through all those. I know you all did some work on these yesterday and may have updated some of them, but those are the priorities from the most recent retreat last year. So I think at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Taylor.
Thanks. Good morning. Taylor Floyd, Budget Manager. I'm going to start with the kind of where we're at through the current year, halfway through the current year with the update. Kind of the big takeaway from this update is we have some information. Again, this is all information for June from a financial standpoint, June through December. So we have half of a year of data. We'll continue to monitor that. We'll report to you all about how things are changing, how things look through the rest of the budget process. But looking at some challenges, as I think we said at the first quarter report, our sales tax revenue continues to kind of plateau. We also have noticed that our parking revenues are forecasted at presently to be a little bit under budget on the revenue side for the current fiscal year. We think they're still going to cover the expenses, so actual expenses we think will still be lower than actual revenues, but it doesn't look like we're going to hit our target. We'll talk a little bit more about that when we give you kind of a forward-looking outlook for the enterprise funds. But on the other side, most of our revenues are expected to meet budget. Spending is occurring as expected, as we would anticipate through this year. And then, as we make changes through this year, we'll certainly incorporate those into next year's budget. And, again, as we get more data, more information, we'll make sure that we bring that to you all, and we'll use that to inform our recommendations through the rest of the FY25 budget development process. So looking at sales tax, and I'll kind of walk through this briefly. So the columns are actual revenues, actual sales tax revenues over the last 3 years for July through November. So November is the most recent data that we have from the state. So this is as current as we are, despite the fact that it's basically March. And you can see that that FY22 number, a little over 15 million, you can see that growth from FY22 to FY23. But if you look at the current year, we're basically flat relative to last year. So the line is showing year over year change. So that 15 million was 20% higher than the previous year. The 16.5 is 10% higher, but again, we're essentially flat right now. So that's kind of where we're at right now. Again, sales tax is volatile. Things can change month to month, but based on the information that we have right now, we're sort of expecting to see some, again, we're expecting to see that sales tax revenue come in probably under budget in the current fiscal year. So looking at other general fund revenues, I think at the first quarter update, the property tax number is very small. Now we have a lot of folks that have paid their bill, so you can see we're much closer to what we budgeted. We expect that to come in right on budget. Again, you can see that sales tax probably going to come in a little under. And then the rest of our general fund revenues are kind of where we would expect them to be, more or less. You may be wondering about the other revenue and why that year-end projection is so far under what the budget would be, and that's because that's where our fund balance appropriation is. So we don't actually get fund balance. So that's kind of why that looks short, if that makes sense. On the expenditure side, again, where we would expect things to be, personnel, operating, capital and debt, all somewhere around close to that 50% mark. For the year, we expect all of those to be pretty close to budget, just under, as we would, again, kind of plan for those to come in. I know we've had some questions about how our overtime use looks. It continues to be high, but it's kind of balanced out again. I think sort of the impression or the understanding we would have is that, we have some places like the police department where we're having to use overtime to backfill vacancies. So we're seeing, that kind of be a wash where we have some savings on the full-time salary side, but that's kind of getting eaten up to a degree with those overtime costs. And then again, looking at the enterprise funds, things are, again, more or less where we would expect them to be. I will say some of these look like they're low for being halfway through the year, but some of that really just has to do with accounting and when things get into our financial system. So these are the actual numbers. But again, no really concerns on transit, civic center, or stormwater. I will say, I did ask Chris about how he thinks Coral, our director of CREF, I don't know if I'm going to even try to say community recreation and entertainment facilities. I think I got that right. And he does think that, in the last couple years, as they've seen some really positive experience, we've come to you all with a budget amendment mid-year to give them a little more budget authority so that they could buy the stuff that they need to sell at concerts and other events. He thinks we may still need to do that this year, which is really great news, especially considering that the Thomas Wolfe has been closed. So things are looking, that's a really positive sign for the Civic Center Fund. But again, we'll come back to you all if we have any additional, or when we have additional information there.
I don't have a question about, I know we have later for questions, but just to understand the way these charts are presented, the number shown in the row is for the total blue and gray combined, or just the gray remaining?
The number in the row. They're in the gray part, so it's a little easier to read, but that is the total for the blue line. So that is
The total-
the quarter two actual is $3.7 million or
Okay,
change for revenue for the stormwater fund.
So, okay, I'm looking back on that one, 2 slides previously under property tax. Isn't that, so say what that $60 million is.
That's the amount of property tax revenue we have received through December 31st.
Okay, so that's,
Out of approximately 85 million.
yes, yeah, it doesn't give us but I think there's something later that, anyway, whatever. That's a little bit confusing. If there's a way to not make that confusing, that would be awesome.
Sure.
While we're on the slide, sales tax revenue, I thought we had like a 3 to 4 month out, like kind of a delay that happens. So this isn't like on the line, right? We wouldn't be talking about like the 5th, that's why it's backed up?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Sure.
That was showing the general fund revenues. We're seeing anticipating sales tax will be lower than we had projected, and intergovernmental. Can you remind me of the key elements of intergovernmental and then the speculation of why that's gonna come in short?
Sure. So it's a number of things. Some of those would be like grants that we might have budgeted. Typically, those are budgeted in our special revenue fund, but if we have stuff that we get regularly, it would be there. It's also some state revenues that they share with us. One of those is, one of those that probably isn't low would be like our ABC revenue, I think falls into that one. So that one continues to perform well, which is great from a revenue standpoint. But some of the other ones, like we get a little bit of like telecom tax that the state gets, and like that's been going down as people don't have phones. So there's some of those types of revenues that, again, there's some volatility, there's some natural gas tax revenue that gets shared with us quarterly that, again, is kind of dependent on the weather. So it's a number of those things. And again, there's some volatility there, but then I would say overall, those have kind of like over the last several years, and when I say several, I'm thinking like 7, 8, 10, like have either moderated or we just kind of see those falling off
So it's a
again.
revenue source that's generally trending downwards on a long-term arc. Okay, thank you.
I put it on, second quarter actuals. This is just second quarter. We're definitely not talking about end of year.
Right. Any other questions?
Yeah, just to ask Esther, when you're talking about how to clear that up so that people understand, is there a different way, like percentage of, I guess it does have the
Well,
percentage at the bottom.
what I wasn't clear on is if the number was showing us the blue, and that's what you said it is. So maybe there's a way to show that.
Maybe just change the font and put it into the blue,
Or,
make it a white font.
yeah, if you made it white.
Add the total to the right.
I mean, I'm not redoing the graphics. I just was looking at it going, I don't understand
Yeah, we can
what
certainly
I'm
do
looking
that.
at. And I think you're trying, and I guess it's a subtle demonstration that your projection is that we're going to fall short when the line doesn't go all the way to 100%. Okay, so
Well, actually, it's not. This just represents where we're at today. So, for example, that top bar, we've collected
Well,
as of today, 60.
so why doesn't the sales tax bar go to 100? Because what? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Tony. It just,
Yeah.
so it's kind of very subtle, needs a lot of explanation. So if you post it, I mean, the 3 people that will look at it, I don't know, might not know what it means. No, maybe there's more that will look at it, but.
Yeah, we can definitely look at ways to make that more reader-friendly. I will say one thing extra on the intergovernmental revenue. One large revenue source that's in that is our POW bill revenue that we get every year from the state, which goes directly to repaving efforts. So that's in that amount as well. Okay. So for the next section, and I think this is a pretty short section too, before I turn it back over to Taylor, I want to talk a little bit about some of the numbers for next fiscal year and our financial outlook. So you probably already picked up on the fact we're using this challenges and opportunities approach throughout the presentation. So with our general fund revenue, that's where we're going to start for next year, or I guess I should say our general fund budget. We do have an overall positive outlook. I guess that's the key takeaway, but revenue growth has slowed and is more typical of where we were before the pandemic started. And so what that means is, we're looking at national forecasts. There's not a recession on the horizon, at least that's what forecasts are showing us. So we think our revenues are going to continue to grow, but they're not going to grow at that really accelerated pace that we've seen the last few years, particularly our sales tax revenues. And Taylor showed y'all kind of where we're at this year. And we think that sales tax slowdown is going to continue. And that's not something that's just happening here in Asheville. It's something we're seeing statewide as well with sales tax revenues throughout the state. So that's one of our challenges, is that we're not going to have the same amount of revenue available in next year's budget, new revenue, that we've had the last couple of years. We also, y'all may remember, and we have some slides on this, we did use a substantial amount of fund balance in the current year budget, and that was available because we had had really good sales tax growth for a couple of years. And so because we used a large amount of it this year, there's not as much going to be remaining for us to tap into next year. And even though overall inflation has eased, we're still seeing substantial economic pressure around compensation in particular, and being able to provide a compensation package that is competitive with other local governments and the private sector around the state. So on the opportunity side, as I mentioned, we did appropriate a substantial amount of fund balance this year, but we think because of being cautious with how we did that and effectively kind of managing the budget, we think there is going to be some opportunity to use some fund balance in next year's budget, just not as much as we use this year. We've also been working to identify and we'll utilize other revenue sources, for example, the opioid settlement, and we'll show you all a little bit of that later on too. And I'll come back to that word collaboratively. We want to work with our partners locally and at the state, and internally. We want to work to minimize costs, but we also want to work to identify other revenue sources where available. All right, you all have seen this chart many times. It wouldn't be a budget presentation without a donut chart with all of our revenues on it. But for folks who may be tuning in for the first time, so our general fund revenues, it is very heavily dominated by two revenues, that being property taxes and sales taxes. They make up about 75% of the overall budget in the general fund, with the property tax being really the only revenue source that City Council directly controls in terms of setting the rate. You do set rates for fees and charges as well, but generally those have to be set simply to provide or to recover the cost of providing a service. So it's not really like a general revenue source that could be used for anything in the general fund. So our forecast for next year in the general fund, so our property taxes, which again, largest revenue source, at this point in our budget preparation, and we usually have a bullet point here to say this, we didn't this time. We're not at the moment projecting any property tax rate increases for next year's budget, but we are expecting the overall tax base to grow, and we think that'll be somewhere around 2%, which is kind of the average that we see most years. As Taylor has mentioned, we're seeing our sales tax growth moderate. So at the moment we are projecting little or minimal budget to budget growth on our sales taxes for next year. We are continuing to look at that. We did see for the latest month that we just got in, things did tick up a little bit. So hopefully we'll continue to see that trend over the next few months, and we will be able to budget a little bit more sales taxes next year. But right now we're thinking that revenue source is going to be flat for next year. We are looking at some potential fee increases, and one of those areas is sanitation, and that would go toward offsetting the costs of providing that particular service. And we'll be talking more to you all in March about those fee increases. And like I said, we are continuing to look for external funding opportunities. And the example I'll use there is the opioid settlement money, and being able to utilize that to fund our community responder program. We are, in terms of an amount, by the end of next fiscal year, we'll have gotten in about $780,000 in opioid money So we are anticipating using all of that money as a part of next year's budget to potentially help fund the community responder program. So switching gears and going over to the expenditure side of the budget, as we often say and share with you all, the dominant part of that budget, the biggest piece is the personnel costs. It's about 62% of the budget. That's compensation and benefits. And we're going to focus a lot on that later on, and Shannon is going to lead that discussion. So on the expenditure side of the budget, just to kind of keep doing what we're doing, so just to continue to fund our base budget, there's going to be some cost increases that we simply can't avoid. One of those, and this has been happening for many years now, is the state's requiring us to put more money into the employer retirement system for next year. So our contribution there will increase. Based on trends in our healthcare spending, we are also looking at increasing the amount of the budget for the city's contribution for our health program for next year. And then we have some escalating costs, as we always do with our contracted services. There's built-in cost increases to a lot of those contracts each year, and so we see those costs going up as well. So to kind of finish off this discussion, we talked about revenues, we talked about expenses, so fund balance. Like I mentioned, we have been in a position the last couple of years to utilize some of our fund balance during the budget process, and that's primarily been because of the sales tax growth we mentioned and effectively managing our financial resources in a cautious way. We appropriated about $8 million worth of fund balance to balance this year's budget. We think based on the revenues and expenses and the trends we're seeing so far that Taylor kind of talked a little bit about, we think we're not going to have to use all that $8 million in the current year budget. We're projecting right now that it's going to be closer to $7.2 million, which means there will be some money available next year. And so we've looked at where we ended last year, we've looked at where we think we're going to end this year, and right now we think that there may be somewhere in the neighborhood of about $2.5 million available in fund balance to use next year. And when I say available, I mean above our 15% threshold. And so this graph, and I think you all have seen this several times as well, this kind of shows you our general fund unassigned fund balance and the history. That dotted line is our internal policy that we have to maintain a 15% fund balance. You all can see over the last 10 years, we've done a great job, I would say, of keeping us in a kind of a narrow range between 15 and 20% on fund balance. We did have the big jump back in fiscal year 22. And again, that largely resulted from sales taxes. And then you can see how we have begun to utilize some of that money in the current year, coming back down. And then we're projecting at the end of this fiscal year, we will be at roughly 17 to 18%, which again, that gives us some flexibility to utilize some money in next year's budget, we believe.
Excuse me, Tony. There's usually a question about whether we are required to have the fund balance or a percent of that in fund balance, or is it a adopted policy?
Yes, and ours is an adopted policy of 15%.
Is there a requirement for a fund balance?
So that is a great question. For as long as I've been doing this, there has been the belief, anyway, I will say, that the Local Government Commission requires 8%. They actually put out a directive, I think, in the last year where they were like, no, we've never said that. You really don't have to have 8%. It's just kind of a guideline. And I think that took some of us by surprise because we had taken that as, as gospel that you had to have 8%. And so they've kind of backtracked on that a little bit. I will say, though, beyond kind of a LGC requirement, it is something that our rating agencies look at. And so when we go to issue debt, and as we think about a GO bond program and issuing that debt, the rating agencies are going to look at our fund balance, and if they see us dipping down or dipping below our policy, that's going to set off some concern on their part. So we want to try to make sure that we maintain that range that we're working in now, somewhere between 15 and 20%. Because that seems to be kind of where their comfort level is.
I have a question. In the past, we've kind of had a bigger conversation of policy and finance with here's what we've learned about where our anticipated fund balance would be. In this case, we're using 7.2 instead of 8.1. So we would say, okay, well, we have about $1 million that we hadn't expected to have at the end of the year. And we would have a group conversation about what our priorities were. Usually we would use that for capital and not for operational because of the ongoing costs. We have a lot of need in our community, and what I'm hearing are things like the serious issues that our youth are dealing with gun violence, the need for mentorship. We did hear at Equity and Engagement, we asked unanimously to have options to grow that fund. And we have received a staff recommendation that they did not recommend funding additional strategic partnership funds, but we have funds. We're hearing recommendations about the Malvern Hills Pool. Obviously, that's going to fall more into capital, and there's an ongoing request for South Asheville Transit Service. Now, that's going to fall more into operations. But usually we just have we have a conversation about, instead of just dumping it into the fund balance. But if keeping a higher fund balance is our goal, then I would love to hear more from my colleagues about why, when we have
Are you
these
saying
needs.
the 15% being
Well-
high or anything above 15%?
Being above. Normally, we have a conversation about, like, we just
I
heard.
assumed we still will.
Yeah, I mean, we will have a
that
conversation.
Are you
He's
worried
just
that we
telling us
won't?
what the state of the state is.
Are you just making sure
You
we'll have the
can't-
conversation?
I mean,
I'd love to see that
if I
scheduled.
understand the way, if I understand the way we track our finances, it's virtually impossible to real-time know the fund balance. And so we have to go through this whole process where they figure it out and tell us what's left towards the end of the year. And then we'll have that discussion about whether or not we want to spend any of it or not. Now, I will say, we have our policy, which is pretty old at this point, and it's probably still fine. But there are cities like Wilmington that have like a 50% fund balance because they're going to get hit by a hurricane and they need to have a 50% fund balance. So, you know, we're not totally immune from these kinds of emergencies either. So I always want to keep that kind of thing in mind. And also, it is there too, not just as our savings and kind of our buffer against emergencies, but also for our bond rating. So that ensures that we're going to get the best bond rating possible, which I think we still do get the best bond rating possible. Tony's nodding his head. So we want to make sure we continue to keep the health of our finances in order for that purpose as well. But yeah, I think we are going to have a conversation about.
I think we definitely need to. And I know at the Policy and Finance Committee level, we also talked about the bond rating and the questions that are coming up because of the water system.
No, I was just sharing that I was fully expecting to have that conversation as well. I don't know that it's today, though.
It doesn't look like it in this presentation that we're going to get that granular, a little more high level. Yeah.
Correct, yeah, and like we said at the very beginning and part of the key takeaways, we're not looking for decisions today, but just another step along the process. And definitely, the use of that fund balance, any of it that's above 15%, you know, that's a conversation I anticipate we will have with y'all throughout this budget process. And whether it's to fund capital needs or operating needs, I think that is definitely something that will be on the table and something we'll want to talk to y'all about.
And just to be clear, in case I got confusing, so you have a draft budget kind of building. That's where you see the 7.2 is actually what you're budgeting for use of that fund. So this 2.5 is just conjecture, but your best guess at this point.
It is
And that is still assuming that this council approves the budget that includes that 7.2 million used that way.
Well, the 7.2 is where we think we're going to end this year.
Oh, this year.
This year. The 2.5 is what we're saying we think we would have available for next year. But as we've said, it's still, even though we're 6 months into the year, actually, well, 7 now or 8, it's still early. We still have a lot of information we have to gather. And so that's one reason we tend to be very cautious about using fund balance and want to have that discussion with y'all in the spring as a part of the budget process, because by that point, we will know more about where we're going to end this year. And that really is the key for what we're going to have available for next year.
Okay, I thought you were forecasting, but you're really saying of the fund balance we set aside or decided to use this year, we didn't use as much as we thought.
Correct.
Gotcha.
We think. So, again, a caveat there. Okay, so I do want to talk just briefly about a 5-year forecast. And as we go through the process, we've been doing a 5-year forecast. We can give you all more detailed information later on, but I just wanted to kind of hit a little bit on that today. And Taylor has developed a great spreadsheet that allows us to do this. And we have assumptions built in for all of our major revenues, all of our major expenditure categories. We don't want to go through all that with you all today, just keep it high level. But just to kind of give you an idea, when we do our 5-year forecast, we're projecting property and sales taxes, again, those two biggest revenue sources, property taxes at around 2.1%, which has been our historical growth average. And sales taxes, we're projecting 3% in the future. And again, that revenue really is our most volatile. And so it's hard to project where that revenue is going to end up. We've seen years of 20% growth, 5% growth. We've seen declines during the Great Recession. And so right now we're being cautious and projecting 3% there. On the expense side of the budget, just to kind of give you all, again, a flavor of what we're doing there, we're assuming personnel costs are going to increase on average by 4% over the next 5 years, and that our other operating costs somewhere between 2 and 7%, depending on the particular category. And if y'all need more information on that, I probably would look to Taylor. Happy to provide that detail for y'all at some point. But what that translates into is a 5-year forecast of our kind of baseline general fund budget. And just to take a moment to talk through this slide. So the black line is our revenues, red line is our expenses. We're going back to fiscal year 18 to give you all some actuals. And you can see for those first 3 years, our revenues and expenses kind of tracked along together. And this really does, I think this graph does a great job of highlighting those sales tax revenues that we've gotten the last few years. Because really starting in 21, 22, and to a lesser degree in 23, our revenues outpaced our expenses. And that really is rare in local government in North Carolina. And again, that's mostly been because of the extraordinary sales tax growth. Unfortunately, we're seeing that come to an end, it looks like. And so you see that revenue line flatten out a little bit, and then it starts to grow again moving forward. But the expense line, unfortunately, grows at a faster pace. And so the slope of that line is a little larger. And so, and this is not uncommon, and I think as most local governments start to project out revenues and expenses year over year, if you just look at it from a trend perspective, you're going to see revenue or expenses eventually start to exceed revenues, probably the same in private business as well. So anyway, just wanted to spend a moment on that.
Hey, Taylor, I just wanted to say, if we can go back to that slide, this is exactly the slide I was talking about from like 2018, 2019. Because in that conversation, what I heard at that policy and finance committee level was that a lot of the expenses growth that we see is wage and compensation. Mm-hmm. And so we need to be prepared for options to make sure that we can still retain and recruit the best people. But can you speak a little bit to like confirming that I'm right on target? If it's the same story as before, that's why my concern about wage expansion that I mentioned yesterday would be a concern.
Sure. So a couple more things I would make note of. So one would be if you look at that FY20 to FY21 expenses, if you all recall during COVID, we were really unsure what sales tax was going to look like. We assumed that it was going to fall off a cliff. And so we were very conservative in that budgeting that next year on the expense side to try to kind of hold the line. And we, and even as we were spending this, we really did that with departments and their operating budgets. We held some positions, vacant positions frozen at that time as well. So you see that like flattening, and again, like Tony said, that growth in the revenue side. And then you kind of see like a pretty strong growth on the expense side in the subsequent 3 years. And when we get to the compensation slide, those of you on the Finance Policy and HR Committee have seen the compensation presentation. We've made some really substantial investments in our compensation over the last 3 years, which has been, great for us to, again, try to be competitive. And one of the challenges that we have, right, is as in our office, we're always trying to flatten the steepness of that expense side every year, right? Like we see this growth happening, and we're trying to figure out how do we do what we're doing, without those costs creeping up. So it is a challenge to try to match, those revenues and expense lines from a budget perspective every year. But yeah, unquestionably, a lot of the growth that you see, again, the steepness of the line over the last 3 years in expenses is certainly compensation related.
And thank you so much for putting this visual together. I know I've been asking for it for a while, but I think it helps it's in your heads, you're watching it, and then you're trying to communicate it to us verbally, but having the visual makes it so much easier to communicate with the public too. So thank you for making that happen.
I mean, I think the bottom line is that the way revenues are structured in North Carolina for cities where they're based on property taxes, sales tax, and fees, you are always going to be underwater because of the cost of delivering services is always going to be faster than the rise in revenue. Unless you're, a suburb of Raleigh or Charlotte where you went from 10,000 people to 80,000 people in like 7 years, which is happening in some places.
Or apparently if there's a global pandemic.
Or if we have another pandemic, which hopefully we won't, yeah, that being the anomaly. But we have always seen this trend. And if you look at other states and the way cities are structured and what monies they can, I remember talking to the mayor of Tuscaloosa and he was like, oh, property taxes, that's like fifth on our revenue. Because for example, the state eliminated the business privilege tax, which brought us a few $1 million every year. And that mostly was a heavier tax on, say, big box stores. So we're not getting revenue like that anymore. Other states, cities are getting revenues like that. So I personally have addressed this with state legislators numerous times. I don't think there's any appetite to change the structure for cities anytime soon at a legislative level, but it's going to be necessary as North Carolina has moved from a majority rural state to a majority urban state in terms of the shift of where the populations are.
Taylor, I think your next slide says questions. Is this a good time for questions? Okay.
Sure.
I would like to hear from you all what you theorize is the major swing in sales tax. Is it visitors and tourism? Is it, you just made a kind of side comment about Amazon, but I believe they collect sales tax. Like, what do you all theorize it is?
I'll say, not to continue to speak ill of our folks in Raleigh, but we don't get a lot, I shouldn't say even a lot, we get no data
Right.
From the Department of Revenue about where that is coming from. So it is essentially conjecture.
Right.
But one is, we know that folks during the pandemic, right, you couldn't go out and travel and do these other things. So a lot of people shifted that spending to goods and services from, more, let's call it experiential for lack of a better term. So I think that was a factor. I think another big thing, and again, this has created some challenges for us because we see it's like, yes, if you buy a TV, but there's inflation and that $100 TV now costs $120, well, you're going to pay more sales tax, which means we get more revenue, but we're also paying more sales tax for the pipe that we're putting in the ground or, the countless other things that we have to purchase to deliver services. So that one, again, it's like if you just look at the revenue side, looks good, but I think truly ends up probably a wash for us from an expenditure standpoint. Tony, I don't know
Right.
if there's anything else recent or otherwise that you'd add.
No, I think you covered it. Really, it is unfortunate how little data we get from the state about our own sales tax.
I recall.
And so I think Taylor nailed it. I think some of it's just probably just a natural softening after many years of spending and the inflation that Taylor mentioned. I think that's kind of really what it is more than anything. And again, it's happening statewide, so it's not Asheville. So I wouldn't say it's directly related to tourism being down. Perhaps it is a little bit, but again, it's not just Asheville, it's statewide. So, and interest rates, again, they've been increasing as well. That might be slowing down some business spending a little bit, so that might be impacting it as well.
That's very, very helpful. And I do recall that the state used to provide it by zip code until about 2009. It was very helpful because back then we were able to see that 28801 that included downtown had a very large spike, had a very large portion. One more question. So I got a notice from the Department of Revenue about they send rate notices, and it looked like 4 counties have the transit tax now. I know we can't do that locally, but is there any discussion at the county level that you all are aware of a potential transit tax, or is that just dead in the water?
Certainly not that I'm aware of.
Okay. No, okay. No discussion in the community that I'm seeing either, so.
I'll jump in on that. I feel like there's definitely been conversations over the last year as we, as a council, budgeted money to go into a partnership with the county. And then it's February of this fiscal year, and that's not necessarily certain that we're doing that. So there's just like, what I'd say is the ideas around transportation and transit between the city and the county, it's not like we have a very clear place to collaborate yet. And so there's lots of work being put into figuring out if and where. And I think figuring out what our shared ideas are is essential to get towards a path of seeing if the county and their citizenry would have interest in this. So I think I would speculate that our staff in transit, or for years, they have told us a general fund is not a sustainable funding source to run a transit system. We've known that for a long time. And so a dedicated transit tax is a method for that, but I don't think there's high receptivity at all in the county right now. And I can understand that too. A lot of the county residents feel as though they're rural residents. And so I think it's just, there needs to be a strong foundation of purpose around transportation built with the county. And I think that work's being done now, but it seems like a longer road to get to before we really have feasibility around transit.
Last year when we were developing our legislative priorities or goals, requests, whatever you want to call them, that was on there, whether or not we could see cities pick up the ability to authorize a local tax, and it didn't get very far.
That's right.
Yeah.
Our legislator said like there's just no play for that.
If I can add to that, my perspective is that there is an ask forward for the city and the county to work together. I know that y'all are getting the same emails I am from the Artsy Coalition, which includes the Sierra Club, AARP, Mountain True, Just Economics, Better Buses Together, so bus riders. And the ask is for us to use that $300,000 that we set aside for transit, and there's an ask for the city and the county to pilot the service to South Asheville. Now, we passed new housing at 2 Butler Road. It's on the S3 corridor. It's served every 90 minutes. So we are building new housing with using tax dollars on that corridor, but they can only access the bus every hour and a half. So it seems to me that there is at least a clear path forward for the city and the county, and there's a very clear and articulated ask. So if anyone's curious, check out one of the, maybe dozens of emails that we got this past week.
Yeah, that's been intriguing me. And I guess if I understand correctly, the county has surplus dollars in the millions set aside for transit that went unused. So I kind of thought that was what was behind the emails.
And the $300,000 that we set aside for the study. So I think that that's an opportunity for us to ask staff to revisit the conversation with the county. I know that the Artsy Coalition is already doing that on an advocacy level, but we could certainly ask staff to do that at an organizational level. Also, I have talked to the senator about this. Our Senator Julie Mayfield is also engaged in the conversation at Artsy about that request.
So one question I have that probably can't be answered today, but maybe, as everybody knows, there's been a lot of issues around HCA Hospital, which is a for-profit hospital. So when it bought Mission, we suddenly got, I believe, a 10% increase in our property tax revenue, something like that, 6 million plus, somewhere in there. And so now there are calls for HCA to sell. I don't know that they will sell. I know there's a pretty strong conversation happening around them selling the hospital to somebody else who can provide the services much better. And so one question I have is, if they were to do that, and if a nonprofit were to purchase them, what would be the fiscal impact to the city, dare I ask? But it would be good to know the consequence of that. I do realize you could ask a nonprofit to pay a fee in lieu. We tried that before when Mission was a nonprofit, and that did not work. But anyway, just sort of thinking about the potential there.
It would certainly be significant, and it would be, the property tax part would be easy because we know how much property taxes they're paying. They also would no longer pay sales tax. That part is a little, again, because of the lack of information, a little bit harder to gauge what the impact of that would be.
So maybe they're part of that increase in sales tax too.
Absolutely.
I have two other questions, if that's okay. One is really just a request for future information. You won't have it today, but is it possible to see property tax revenues broken down by zip code? And the other is just a question, is the Parking Enterprise Fund or Transportation, whatever we call it, still supporting an external transfer to transit? And is that still allowed?
Yes, we can probably get, to the first question, I think that would be data we would get from the county, but I'm fairly confident that they would be able to provide that for us by zip code. On the second question, yes, we are still doing that, and yes, we think it is allowed.
And it's $1 million?
Yeah,
Okay.
around.
So if the fund comes in 6% below, you said it still covers expenses, so you're including that 1 million is still covered?
Correct.
Following up on that, I looked through the slides and I didn't see that we were going to get in too detailed a conversation about parking. We may. I know the county is doing a program that helps workers be able to mitigate the cost of parking. It's like a reduced monthly parking pass. In what way is the city participating in mitigating the cost of parking for workers? Does that have an impact on our parking revenue? Because there is a conversation happening in the community about how we might increase parking revenue by increasing the fees. And if we did, what does it look like to mitigate it for the people who live and work downtown?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident that we do have some programs. I'm certainly not the one to speak to the specifics, but I think we can get an answer to that question.
If I recall, we can't actually charge users different rates. What we did was a better day rate, or a 12-hour rate is what it was, because it used to be like a monthly, or you could do 24 hours, but we broke it in 12 hours for workers and gave it a slightly more affordable option, maybe $12. It's not, I mean, to Kim's point, we should look at doing more, but it was something. But we couldn't determine that the locals could get a different rate, for example.
I remember that. I think it would just help me know what the budget impact is, because if we need to grow it, because we're going to raise fees, and I think those conversations probably need to go hand in hand.
I know you're going to tell us the law, but I think when we were having conversations with the workers who went to the county, staff put together a info sheet that shows what all the rates are for the various, whether you're a monthly pass holder or we have differently abled folks pay a different rate or no rate. So I think it would be helpful to see all that in the bigger context of the question around rates for parking.
Sure, we can definitely provide that.
And if I could add one thing, I know these discussions have taken place over a long time. I would say, just to give you an update on this, that there are communities around the country that are providing specific discounts for locals around parking. I would tell you today that my office has been looking into this a little more deeply. We're not prepared to immediately say that that is absolutely a viable legal alternative, but we feel that there's an argument that could be made. So we don't want to foreclose that possibility in council's mind. I know that that's something that staff has deferred to the legal risk on that in the past. There may be a path forward, and we're exploring that a little further.
That's very exciting.
Thanks, Brad. All right, so we're going to move on to a little bit of discussion about new investments. I'm going to start off with kind of some high-level information, and I think we'll probably take a break before Shannon jumps on to talk about compensation. One thing that we do every year is we have, kind of similar to this, a staff retreat. Typically, it's been with department directors, and that's something that our office leads every year. It's kind of our opportunity internally to have, again, some of these discussions. This year, and it's in this very room, we really tried to focus that discussion around services and not departments. And really part of that, again, and Tony mentioned collaboration, was to try to see where we have these opportunities to collaborate. So rather than talk about where we might make new investments from a, fire department needs this or finance department needs that thing, thinking about, when we think about community safety, where do we have opportunities to improve that service, and who is involved in that service, and how can we collaborate? Part of that was inviting more staff, so we had a lot more folks in the room, which is a little bit of a challenge to manage on the day of, but I think it actually turned out really well, and had a lot more folks in the room able to help inform the discussion. And, we didn't, again, much like we said here, we're not making decisions. We didn't make decisions there, not an endpoint. We're still doing that work internally as well, but really just a way to help us kind of narrow our focus. So I won't read through this list in its entirety, but these are some of the services that conversation suggested that we should be looking at. How can we make investments to improve these services? I think I would mention, obviously there's some connection to some of the priorities that you all have laid out in your council priorities with homelessness support. And then I'll also say on the right-hand side, perhaps not unexpectedly, despite the fact that conversation was focused on operational needs, there's a lot of capital-related items on that right-hand side. So again, I think as you'll see later when we start talking about capital and the general obligation bond, we'll get into some of those needs. To kind of give you a little more understanding of what that conversation looked like. So one of the other places, probably the service that we talked about the most was community safety. One of the things that we have that we're looking at is our community responder program. We're doing that right now, but we're really kind of doing that within our existing budget. So if we were to continue that program, we would need to add some budget with which to execute on it. But that opportunity, that is an existing organizational work plan item, so that's something we've already identified as a need. Again, it aligns with your reimagining public safety priority, and there's opportunity to collaborate between departments, specifically in this case, community and economic development, and the homelessness support, and the fire department, who's providing the staffing right now for that program. And community partners as well, including the folks that we work with on homelessness support and outreach, as well as the county.
I have a question while we're on this slide, but it's not necessarily for you. Maybe we can put it in a parking lot at some point, but it would be really great to hear from Fire Chief Casey about whether or not we're going to be able to realistically provide the behavioral health services that are needed. If the county's figured out how to do that, I would really wonder why we would do something different that doesn't meet the need. So I really need to know more about how the community responder program is going to address behavioral health. So maybe that can go on deck for a deeper conversation at council level so everyone can understand.
So what are the other things that we're using to inform the process? Of course, plans and studies that we've undertaken. I heard this morning that we have some results from the National Community Survey. I think Dawa is gonna be presenting some of that at some point, and then I'm looking back here at Dawa soon. We have our budget is online survey and ongoing engagement that we're doing. That survey actually closes today, so for folks listening, if you haven't taken it, it's on our website. Of course, boards and commissions make recommendations, so we take those into account. And again, this is all still a work in progress. We're still collecting information, processing information. The next work session will come back to you all with some information about our online survey and what we heard. But again, we're still working through that. So I think, do we want to pause here for break, or you want me to keep going? Keep on? Sure. I'll do a few more. So on our compensation, again, we've talked a lot about this. Our big takeaway here is, we need to continue to invest in our employees to make sure that we're able to deliver services. We have some challenges as it relates to that. We're unlikely to be able to fund compensation adjustments at the same level that we did last year. We were able to fund quite a bit of things. We continue to see a competitive labor market, even though our revenues, again, as we've talked about, have moderated. As everyone is well aware, Asheville has a strong housing market and some affordability challenges, and that continues to drive up the Just Economics living wage calculation. So on the opportunity side, what we're looking to do is we're targeting that pledged living wage rate, and we're also looking at additional benefit adjustments. We're working to develop a pay-for-performance plan and other opportunities for employees to grow within our organization. And then we have a recently completed human resources assessment that will help us align our HR function with some organizational needs. So again, as we say frequently, compensation and benefits are the largest piece of our operating expenses. We rely on our staff to provide the services that we deliver. We've made significant investments over the last 3 fiscal years, which has been great. Again, part of that, the steepness of that expense curve that we showed you. And we're working on implementing a total compensation philosophy that includes that pay for performance component. So kind of looking at the history again, you can see the pre-pandemic increases in our budget for compensation and benefits were a bit lower than they have been in the last 3 years. That FY21, where there's 0.7% growth. Again, that was COVID. That was us trying to flatten the line. But we've made some really significant investments, including in the current year budget, 5% increase for employees, 6% for sworn APD employees. And again, I won't go through this entire list, but we made changes to benefits. We made some pay changes to try to compensate folks that are working on odd schedules or not normal working hours, some folks that are doing standby. Trying to do some specific things in APD to make sure that they're able to recruit and retain folks. But again, a big investment there.
Wait, before we go back, I see a number that seems a pretty big difference. I thought the AFD certification incentive was on track to be 0.7, not 0.2.
Yeah, so these are budgeted figures.
Okay.
But yeah, absolutely, we think that is going to cost a bit more than we anticipated.
Thank you.
So I think at this point, we're going to pass it off to Shannon. So if this is a good point for a break, we can do that. Come back, dive a little bit more deeply into compensation, and then we'll talk about enterprise funds and CIP. So still a lot to cover, but I think it's good time for
Yeah, let's take a 15-minute break, come back about 10:35 or so. All right. Everyone, we're going to get started. All right, everyone, if you could please give a warm round of applause to the city's HR director, Shannon Barrett. Shannon.
Good morning. Thank you. I hope everybody got a second cup of coffee. But we're going to dive into compensation now. Tony and Taylor set the stage talking about our budget process for next year and highlighting that compensation is one of the biggest factors within our budget. And so today I wanted to help set the stage a little bit, provide some context around compensation and where we are at this point. And to start with, we've been looking at our compensation philosophy and really thinking about what do we need to have in place. And I just realized I think we're on the wrong slide. Yeah. So in looking at our compensation, we have those to balance trade-offs between investing in wages, investing in benefits. And with that, we've really been taking a more intentional look at what is it we want to accomplish through our compensation structure. And we've highlighted a few of those things in this slide. So really rewarding performance, creating those pathways for growth for employees, incentivizing retention, and then factoring in the living wage and the cost of living increase. And so all of these things have kind of been the foundation for how we are looking at compensation going forward this year. And so I wanted to talk a little bit about the structure of our compensation program in the city. So we utilize pay plans. And what that does is to really create a great structure for us. It ensures that we have fair pay for employees, that there are clear expectations, clear guidelines around what pay is going to look like for each position within each pay grade. And then also it helps employees to really have that clarity as well. They understand what the minimum pay will be for a position and what expectations can be going forward. And so I wanted to share with you, somehow we've gotten on the, wanted to share with you the pay plans we do have in place at the city. So we have quite a few, but they are broken out to reflect job complexity, to also align with our federal labor law, so the Fair Labor Standards Act, and then also to recognize specialization. So if you think about fire, police, IT, those are all specialized roles, and it makes sense to have them grouped together. And then we have executive, public safety, exempt and non-exempt, so really looking at those levels of responsibility and scope of work. And so all the positions in our organization are grouped together appropriately into these various pay plans. So as we think about the pay plans and we think about compensation, we've also been thinking about total compensation. What is everything that goes into how the organization values employees? And no surprise, the public sector can't quite compete with the private sector if we look at just compensation. Historically, we have been able to provide richer benefits. And so we wanted to start with that starting point of really looking at compensation, what goes into a paycheck, as well as the value of the benefits that employees receive from the organization. And so looking at that total compensation, the complete package. And as I mentioned, that does include the base salary as well as the various benefits, retirement, and other things that the city provides to the employees that do have a value. And so we're looking at that comprehensive total compensation approach to how we attract and retain employees, and thinking about that as we move forward in this budget cycle. So I wanted to give you an example just to help clarify what we're talking about with total compensation. And in this example, we're looking at an entry-level employee, and so you can see the salary line. That is our minimum salary for an employee working in the city, so $37,960 annually. In addition, the city contributes 12.85% of the employee's annual salary into our state retirement system. This is money going into the system that's there for the employee when they reach retirement. We also have a 401k program, and the city automatically contributes 5% of every employee's annual salary. Employees don't have to contribute, but they're automatically going to get a 5% contribution, again, into that fund to be used for retirement. Now, if employees choose to contribute themselves, the city will match 1%, a minimum of 1%, or will match 1% for employee contributions. So there's the ability to have 6% coming from the city, plus whatever an employee chooses to invest into the 401k.
Shannon?
Yes.
Could you remind me, how long do employees have to be vested before they can access the 401k?
Great question. The 401k employees are actually, that's their money. The state retirement system does have a vesting period, and it's 5 years.
And do we see a lot of turnover in the years 1 to 5 of our staff, or do we see a lot of long-timers?
There's a mixture. Yeah, there's a mixture. And some of it is, people who have been here for 5 years or more obviously are more incentivized to stay because they know they're part of that retirement system and they have the 401k. But we do see some transitions with folks that are 1 to 5 years.
Yeah, I'll just say, I don't know, 12% employer contribution is it's insane. It's so incredible. It's such a gift. I know when I worked here in my 20s, that was just, I could have never saved that much. It was really, really powerful for my life and the family's life I'm growing. So I'm really grateful we continue to have a very heavy compensation program. That also doesn't change the fact that everything's expensive, groceries are expensive, and people still need money in their pockets. But I continue to really take our compensation and benefits as a real point of pride that differentiates us from the private market.
Thank you for saying that. And
Can I have a follow-up to that?
Sure.
The 5-year term, is that a city of Asheville policy or state?
The state.
That's the state,
yes.
okay. Thank you.
Yep. So since we're under the state program, we follow the state guidelines. And the 12.85%, I think Tony or Taylor One may have mentioned that, there potentially will be an increase there, but that's coming from the state. But it is a very rich benefit, and it's one of those invisible benefits that a lot of employees don't think about because they're not seeing it in their paycheck. But it is their money, and it's there for them in the future. And so that's one of the reasons we really want to focus on total compensation, just to help remind employees that this is there for their benefit. And then
While we're asking questions on the slide, I realized this was just an example at 37,960. Do we have off the top of our head what the median salary is? Is that pullable?
don't.
Okay, that would be helpful to know.
Median or?
We're going to see that slide we saw in policy and finance, I think, a little later, that gives at least the tiers or the different brackets, so maybe that will help with that information.
Thanks.
And then on top of all of that, we also provide health insurance, health benefits. So we cover health insurance, dental, and vision's included in that as well. And there are a variety of plans that employees can choose from, so there are options. If an employee chooses the base plan, which is a lower cost to the employee, they're eligible for a $600 HRA. So money that goes into a fund for them to use for medical costs. And again, there are options. So depending on what an employee's personal situation is, they can choose from the different plans. So in this example, we've really just given an average cost of what the health insurance is, the value of it, what the city contributes, and it does depend on the plan choices, but this gives you at least an example. And as the slide says, this does not include the employer-paid federal payroll tax for Medicare and for Social Security, which again is an investment in the employee. We also wanted to share with you.
Can I ask one more question before you advance? The health insurance, so if state retirement's required, 401K, you get the match, you can participate for additional if you want. The health insurance planning, is that something we analyze annually? Is that a 5-year contract? What is that? And
Sure.
It's all on us, right?
It's on us. So the city's self-insured.
Okay.
So we're paying all the cost for health insurance. So we're covering claims. We do have a third-party vendor that manages all of that for us. And we do, as a part of the budget process every year, we're analyzing what are our claims. So we also have help from benefits experts that help us really review and look at national trends and then what our own claims are and what we can forecast for the next year. It's not always, we can't predict everything. But yes, we're fully or self-insured, so we're responsible for all those costs.
And because we are, do we ever check in with staff on their preferences, or how does that contract get renewed?
So we're actually looking at doing a benefits survey with
Okay.
employees, and we do go through an RFP process, typically every 5 years, and look at, what's happening in the market. But as with any contract, it's a good opportunity to reset and make sure that we're meeting the needs of the employees.
Helpful, thank you.
Other questions on this slide?
Who is our administrator?
Our administrator is Cigna.
Okay.
So to give some comparison, we also wanted to share examples from our public safety employees. And so we've done a side-by-side, or at least showing both firefighter and police officer at that entry level. And so again, you can see their salaries, their state retirement. And I wanted to call out for sworn personnel, the contribution to the state retirement fund is actually a little bit higher. It's actually 4.1%. So there's a larger amount going in for sworn personnel. They also participate in the 401K, and again, are going to receive the 5% annualized contribution and have the opportunity to contribute themselves for a match of 1%. And then one thing that's a little unique, the fire department is actually exempted from Social Security. So firefighter employees don't participate in Social Security. So instead, the city has a 457B fund that's set up for them. And so 6% goes into that fund on an annual basis to, again, be there for them when they reach retirement age. And in this example, we also included the average $10,000 for health insurance, just to kind of round out that. We did not include overtime. Overtime does vary based on individuals, but you can see at the bottom that the estimate for firefighters, overtime at $13,000, and for police officers, $7,200 annually. And again, that's that's an estimated amount. And the city also, of course, pays in for Medicare and Social Security for these employees as well.
Before we move from this slide, we talked about this at Policy and Finance Committee level. This one for me is a little tricky to see side by side because our firefighters are scheduled for a higher number of hours for full-time, right? So it's not 40, it's like something like 52.
It averages out to, police officers average 2,080 hours a year, and firefighters, I think it's 2,960 a year. So there is, because they're working 24-hour shifts.
Right. It's just, it's more hours. That's why there's a ongoing conversation about breaking it down and whether or not we're keeping them at living wage so they can afford housing.
So we can certainly provide some more information on that.
But isn't some of the breakdown that the way you pay people when they're on a 24-hour shift and they're sleeping?
Right.
It's just a different service. And so, like, countrywide, the expectation that when someone is resting but on call, it just looks really different because the service is just like fundamentally different.
Yeah, I know that there's concern that we would have this conversation again, but I can't not say that when people are away from their families, they should be paid while they're at work, whether they're sitting, resting, or doing their job actively. It's all on the clock.
I mean, we've had this discussion many, many, many times about firefighters, and I don't know how to finally not, try to get a resolution on it. But, I mean, is the way that we're paying firefighters, does it widely vary among cities? Are there cities that do hourly? Are there cities that do annual? Are we out of line with the way firefighters, when they go look at jobs across whatever, North Carolina or the United States, I just don't have a sense of if that's, and I know Kim's eager to speak here, but I'm asking if we're in line there or not.
Yes, we are. We're in line, and this is very typical for fire departments across the country, and it's in alignment with the Fair Labor Standards Act. There's language in that act that speaks to firefighters and the unique schedule that they have. And so we're really following the same practice that most departments across the country do.
To provide a solution that would be helpful to me, and also I feel like engaging and educating each other and the public, something like the hours would really help to add to this conversation. That's what I was saying. For me, it's not just the numbers, but when we put them side by side, when we know they're working differential hours, it just doesn't tell, for me, the whole story.
You're saying-
Excuse me, Mayor.
Just to clarify, you're saying to add it to this slide?
Right, if we're gonna put firefighters next to another salaried employee, having the number of hours that we're talking about would be helpful, because that's just missing.
I think, Kim, because the scheduling of how they pay that particular job, I think it would be very difficult. It may be actually confusing to actually, for people looking at it, to understand, the process. Because just like firefighters, a lot of different jobs pay different ways depending on the jobs itself. And even if you look at airline pilots or flight attendants, and, I just want to say that the only reason why is because you can't really take that and put it next to another job and say how much is for the hourly, because basically it's more or less set up on flight hours, and you may put in 24 hours on duty, but it's still calculated on flight hours. And then that calculation on flight hours is based on a certain percentage for that amount. So I'm saying, basically, if you look at what they're doing here, it's sort of the same thing. So unless you can compare the firefighters, pay with a job that actually has the same sort of follows that same criteria, you can't really put them side by side and compare
yet we
them to a
did.
salaried job.
Sure.
As far as hours. So I think in doing that, I think it'd be more confusing for the public to see that type of thing.
Thank you. I think that is a great example. And what I understood from our firefighter union is they have to do the 24-hour shifts, because otherwise you have shifts that aren't covered, and that won't do. What I'm suggesting that it reads like a side-by-side comparison when it's a different scheduling.
And that definitely was not our intent. It was just total compensation, examples for folks who are in the public safety pay plan, that this would be starting with the minimum salary, the same way that we did in the other slide. Going forward, we will separate and have a separate slide for fire and another slide for police.
I just want to take an opportunity to say, what I see here is the difference in the hours is really when the fire personnel are sleeping. And my concern isn't so much the hours as much as it is the conditions we are allowing them to live and sleep in. I don't know if everyone was able to do the tour of the facilities, but it's in some cases so far behind that I was disappointed in a lot of ways. So I know that's going to come up in the GO bond conversations and such, but that's really what I see here. I mean, if we're asking them to do this, I see them working $1,000 a month in overtime and then sleeping in essentially what looks like bunks and dorms. And it's just, that's a harder shift. I would be curious if they would appreciate that move instead of talking about their hours again. And then lastly, I think for the sake of the public and just the bigger conversation, if we're going to change the slides going forward, I think we should have a line at the bottom that says total cost to the city, because this asterisk of 7.65 doesn't show you the amount. And I just think it's imperative, like there's the wage, that's great, but the total cost of this employee to the city, I think will be helpful.
Do you mean, I just
Including
understand the overtime? You want the overtime added in?
Average the overtime, but also the payroll taxes, because there is no way, I mean, we don't get out of that. That is a cost to us. And it's a big number, but it's just, as an asterisk, doesn't stand out as much, that's all.
Great, thank you.
I do appreciate all this information because we get a lot of feedback from the community about pay, which is appropriate, and we have a great urgency among ourselves as a council to pay our employees as best that we can. But I think for whatever reason, a lot of the conversation isn't always informed in terms of the true cost for employee pay. So it's helpful.
And that's why it was really important for us to bring back total compensation, total benefits, because you're right, Mayor, they don't have the comprehensive look at what it actually costs.
Right. And the plan is to share this with employees too. So to do that individual summary for each employee so that they can see the value of all of these different benefits and as well as the compensation and get that total picture of what the city is investing in and creating that value, how we value our employees. So we talked a little bit about benefits. I did want to just highlight for you all of the benefits that are available to our employees. We've bucketed them into different categories. So you'll see leave. We have a very generous leave program. Employees are eligible for 12 to 25 days, depending on how long they've been with the organization. That increases over time. They also accrue sick leave. We have a sick leave sharing bank. So if something catastrophic happens, an employee can actually have access to more sick leave than they may have earned. We now have 13 holidays a year. We also have the relatively new parental and family care leave, which is a great benefit, providing employees paid leave to be able to welcome a new child or take care of a family member. And then we also have bereavement leave. And then retirement, we talked about that a little bit with the 401k as well as the state retirement system, the firefighter pension. And then we also have police separation allowance for police officers who retire. They receive an allowance up to age 62. That's a percentage of their annual salary. And then, of course, under the health insurance, I touched on that a little bit. With our health insurance, dental insurance, we have flexible spending accounts, an employee assistance program. We also have our employee health center, which is a medical facility that is staffed by healthcare professionals who are there to serve our employees, anyone who's on our health insurance, at no cost. And then, of course, we have standard other benefits, including life insurance, workers' comp, unemployment. Some positions have a vehicle allowance. We also offer tuition reimbursement, so helping employees continue to grow. And there is a membership or a partnership with Western Carolina to sponsor an MPA fellowship.
Can I ask you a question while the slide is up? It's really clarifying something. So, living wages. I recall when the city adopted a living wage agreement or policy, the program was structured differently such that benefits were a factor of the wage. And isn't it correct that a couple years ago that changed? And currently, under the living wage dollar amount, none of this is considered, right? This is all above and beyond. And I know what Kim's going to say, you have to have that money to pay your rent. That's not my point. But I just want to be clear, this is things that are not a factor of that living wage, above and beyond.
You've teed up the next slide so well.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I have them
We're doing
open.
that 'cause we are going to move into talking a little bit about Just Economics living wage. And there are different models across the country, but, you know, for us in Asheville and Buncombe County, Just Economics does set a living wage. They do a calculation each year, and it's based on the four-year average of the federal fair market rent for a one-bedroom apartment. And it's no surprise to anyone here, but it's relatively high. And so this year's average fair market rent is $1,275.50. And the calculation takes a look at total income and estimates that 1/3 of monthly expenses should go to housing. And so with that in mind, the new calculation for the living wage for 2024 is $45,918 annually. Last year, or the year before, Just Economics also introduced a tiered approach for employers, a pledged approach for employers. So if employers were pledging to continue to increase wages by 3% plus, I think, inflation, that was a lower rate. And so we now have these two different rates to consider as we're looking forward to what we're going to do with compensation this year.
Just one question or comment really, because this FMR, so averaged over 4 years is great, but if I recall, HUD supplies this data by county only. So we're looking at a wage that affords you a county rent. But in theory, I mean, I think even on the ground, everybody knows the rents in Asheville are significantly higher. And I always hear this rumor that only like 5 APD live in the city or something. I would be curious to know how many of our staff live in the city, if that's possible.
And we can pull that information.
I think that's an important question, and we need to consider that when we're thinking about staff wages. Again, I don't think there's any lack of consensus on this council that we need to pay our employees as much as we possibly can to enable them to live in the city and live comfortably in the city. Unfortunately for cities, this is like a growing issue with staffing cities with staff that can actually live in the city.
You know, I guess I mention it because at some point I hope that we can get to a place where we know what that city FMR is. It's not something we can quantify now, but it would certainly be helpful.
Say what FMR is.
Oh, fair market rent. So it's used when we look at AMI, which we use in all of our incentive tools. And it really comes down to the federal HUD supplying us data every July, I think, on what those fair market rents are. And Just Economics, I see Vicki is here, averages it over 4 years to make it a little easier transition. But it jumps.
Do you, how would we get it on a city? What's your idea about
I don't
that?
know.
Oh,
I just say
okay.
it's one of those goals we've talked about in Affordable Housing Committee for a long time, but it's not something we have access to.
And instead of it being just one county, it's the 4-county region, right? 3-county region. So it's not just Buncombe County when we're talking about living wage certification. That's why we know our staff are driving, 45 minutes to get to work.
Should we move on just for sake of time? Yeah, great.
So living wage, we consider this, it's going to have an impact on our total pay structure, all employees. And that could potentially lead to compression. So how do we define compression? It occurs when we have employees that are in different positions that are making almost the same amount of money. Or if an employee is making very close to what someone in a higher level position is making. So compression is definitely a factor as we look at recommendations for next year's budget. So we wanted to give you an example of what that looks like. And in this example, we're looking at a crew. So we have a crew supervisor, lead equipment operator 3, an equipment operator 2, and then that entry-level position of labor. And so you can see the different classifications under the pay grade for each and their base pay rate. And so in this example, there's separation between each of them. So there's not compression in this example. But if we were to move to the proposed living wage, then you'll see that that entry-level position suddenly jumps by $2,000, almost $2,000 above the next highest position, creating compression. And so when we look at making adjustments to that minimum, we also have to look at what is the cascade effect that impacts the rest of the pay plan. You want to talk on this?
I know we're trying to move quickly here. So this was a slide that we showed Policy, Finance, and HR Committee as well, just to kind of give you all a feeling for where we're at today with our pay across our various pay classes. And so, again, just quickly on this, so that left-hand column is the lowest pay in each of these groups. It's not the average. Certainly most folks make above this lowest pay, but we wanted to show folks kind of where we're at right now, broken down by hourly, salaried, and then we broke out the fire and police pay plans as well. We currently have 16 employees out of roughly 1,200 that are below the 39,520, which is the pledged rate. And we have about 181 employees below the 45,918. All of them are in that hourly non-exempt pay group, which is typically our frontline employees in public works and water. It's also the trainees and police and fire. They're included in that group as well. So again, don't want to spend a whole lot of time because I know we're trying to move through these, but happy to answer any questions y'all might have about that.
I guess the main thing I want is a solution, and the thing that I would like, and I know I'm just one person, is to look at a third option for compensation. One is we just do across the board percentage, and the other one is a cost of living adjustment. And the other one is we do living wages, and then we have all this compression. I think the third thing I would like to look at the numbers for is not a freeze, but essentially what would be a cap. So I think Just Economics suggested this last year, and I'm not going to get into the details of the math because we'll need a staff to look at this. But if we have the median income for the city, and then we look at setting that as a dollar amount, so let's say that it's $5,000, and everyone from that median rate above gets a $5,000 salary increase, we would have a cost savings that we could do more of the compression work at the bottom to get closer to a living wage. I don't know what that number is off the top of my head because this isn't quite yet enough information for me to calculate it. I'd rather our staff do it as professionals, but I think it'll help us make a more informed decision.
We'll be able to dig into all of this in policy and finance.
And I'll be quiet.
Yeah. So just,
Accelerate on the explanation
Yeah,
as well,
so
not
exactly.
as much detail.
you can see up here the difference between pledged amount and the new rate. We are also looking at retiree health insurance options, gathering cost analysis, and exploring what program options are out there. So we'll have more information to share. And then we mentioned earlier on about merit-based and pay for performance. And the reason we're looking at this is, one, the Archer compensation report recommends it. It is a best practice. It's a recognizable tool that will help with employee performance, retention. One of our goals and objectives are really to finalize the process around building out performance management. So the performance management process, which is that foundation. So this is future thinking. And then how do we build towards that merit-based pay with that lens of equity and consistency across the organization? So pathways for growth, career ladders, we have several in place. We're building out more defined career paths for employees so they can see a clear trajectory. Looking at succession planning and building out and relaunching our professional development. And then all of that ties in with our HR assessment that was completed by Raftellus. And just sharing briefly, it was an opportunity to really look at what were the issues and concerns that had come from HR staff, the city manager's office, other employees. And the assessment really took a look at our current state and also identified what are those issues and things that need to be addressed to really bring us in alignment with the overall organization and leadership goals. No surprises in terms of the findings. We're actually already working on a number of the recommendations that were brought forth. And Raftellus did provide us with very clear recommendations that are tiered in priority. So with that, some of the challenges that are identified, issues from HR process and accountability, communication and coordination, and then prioritization and work planning. And the assessment recommends 3 buckets of recommendations. So structured around HR strategy and leadership, staffing and structure, and HR service delivery and operations. And just to give you a sense of the top, these are the priority 1, or actually this is, I'm jumping ahead. The goal was really, how do we move HR from being transactional to being people-centric, to really being focused on employees and the people in our organization. And this is all pulled from the Society of Human Resources Management, which is our sort of guiding association. And these are outcomes, competencies, if you will, but these are things that we want to demonstrate and to have in our organization that all support being people-centric. And so this was one of the things identified in the report. And as I mentioned, there were a number of priorities, but they're grouped in priority category or a number of recommendations, and this is the top group. So these are the most critical priorities from the report, and these are the ones we'll be working towards in the next coming months. And with that, I'm just going to take one quick personal moment and just say we have a great plan and a great foundation in place for building to the future. And it's going to be an exciting next chapter for HR and for the organization. I will not be a part of it, though. I am actually leaving the city, and so my last day is March the 8th. But I did just want to say how much I've enjoyed my time here and working with everyone and being a part of this great team. So,
Thank you so much, Anna. Thank you.
questions?
All right, so I'm going to step through a few of our enterprise funds, looking forward to next year's budget. There's a variation on a theme, so I'll try to move through these quickly, but if you all have questions, please interrupt me. We're going to start with Stormwater Fund. Essentially what our key takeaway here is that we have some pretty significant needs, and continuing to invest in this service is going to help us address those maintenance and operational needs. As some of you all saw, we did a little bit of a deep dive, I think a couple years ago with the Finance, Policy, and HR Committee on stormwater, but we have a lot of aging infrastructure, we have some deferred maintenance needs, and we're seeing additional development and more frequent storm events, and that's putting additional pressure on our system. Luckily, we're still working through, we started a program analysis and fee study to assess that program, look at what those needs might be, and then recommend some changes to help us meet those needs. One of the things that study suggested that's underway currently is system mapping. So of course, understanding where our system is and what it is a key part of maintaining it and managing it. That work is underway. We were actually able to get a grant to offset some of the cost of that work to get it done faster than we would have otherwise. But again, we still have some pretty significant needs, and we will need fee changes for the stormwater fee to provide the revenue that will help us address those challenges.
Taylor, what's the timing for the program analysis and fee study that for council to be kind of getting information and looking at it and thinking about it?
Sure. So we definitely provided some information during last year's budget process. I think we'll have some updates as we get into the fee conversation with Policy, Finance, and HR, which I think is at the next meeting. We'll provide some updates there, and then when that goes to council, we'll do the same.
So it sounds like the analysis isn't like we're going to do a big study and then come to you. It's like iteratively through multiple budget cycles.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Looking at water, again, we've had a lot of conversations, especially with the policy committee about our water resources. We have some significant needs, some aging infrastructure. We've identified $240 million of needs in the water production and distribution system. We have, through, again, a cost of service study and financial plan, identified that we have some inequities among our rate classes. And we're trying to rebalance those so that, but that does mean that some ratepayers are going to see some significant increases. On the opportunity side, again, we have information available that's helping us inform those decisions. We also are working towards that meter replacement project that will help improve the data that we have, improve our customer service, and some opportunities to make billing easier, go to monthly billing being the primary one. And again, we're looking for opportunities to help fund that. One example, we have a state grant to help with some maintenance at, I believe, water treatment plant. And then we've also received, I think, a couple grants to help with the copper and lead line replacement program. All right, moving on to parking. Again, like I said, variation on a theme. Continuing to invest in the service will help us address the needs. We have aging infrastructure and deferred maintenance, especially in the parking garages. We've identified $11.3 million worth of needs. As we mentioned earlier, we see revenues underperforming in the current year due to a few issues, including some issues with meter batteries, which we're working through replacement on that. Some likely lower demand, and then we've had to close the garages to address some of those needs. So on the opportunity side, again, we have good information to help us guide what those investments will be over the next few years. We're already working on some of the priority repairs. We're also going to do a comprehensive review of the service itself that will help us think about, do we have a different opportunities to deliver this service in a different way, different fee structures? Should we be looking at expanding into other places? But again, we're going to need to look at fee changes to provide the revenue that will help us address those challenges and needs that we've identified.
I'll state them quick. 2 questions for future follow-up. I would like to know how many years Parking Fund has been sending $1 million, or it used to be $500,000, to transit, and the off chance it adds up to 11.3 million. And then also, I just forgot my question. So go ahead.
We can still answer it if you
Sage, what's the,
Oh, I think
It's on.
Yeah.
my
It's on.
buttons just
Oh, yours.
lighting up here.
It's on.
What are you getting at there? Like, do you
With the
not think
transit?
that parking should fund transit?
It looks like it can't. And then, I know what my other question was.
No, it's working. It's
Well,
just
now
this
that
light
we,
doesn't-
but it's incurring needs that it cannot keep up with. It is not being properly maintained. And so I have that concern. But my other question was, now that we know the fund balance numbers are not requirements by the state, are we looking at using some of the 8% fund balance in parking to cover some of these costs? And this isn't for answering today, just follow up.
So you guys, when you might have backed yourselves into a little corner there saying it's not a requirement of the state, because there's a lot of other reasons to maintain a fund balance.
And I'm
So-
not suggesting that we don't. I know it's tied to our bond rating and stuff, but we do need to have this conversation. I mean, as we're going into bond conversations, what good is a AAA bond rating if you're not seeking out bonds? So if we take on a long bond initiative, does it matter if our bond rating dips to AA for a little while? I mean, it's philosophy.
Well, yeah, no. And I mean, I think those are, I'm actually just trying to understand about what, before, because one person will often ask staff for like this huge research assignment, and I just want to make sure, council sort of supports that research assignment and that it gets us to a place that helps us. I think you're getting to a good place. I did notice on our agenda for Tuesday, we actually have 2 contracts for garage repairs on there, and maybe someone can speak to how they plan to be funded and the extent of them.
And hopefully what I'm asking isn't a research project. We have this data readily available, I think.
To directly answer that question, that's funding within the existing budget in the parking capital fund. So we have the cash available to fund those projects immediately. So moving on to transit, again, additional investment in this service is needed to help us maintain operations. We've spoken to you all. I think Walter has mentioned the garage facility and the needs there, pretty significant needs. We have a bus fleet that we need more buses just to maintain our current operations. The cost of service of our transit operations provider goes up annually. That's one of those where we, again, see those cost increases year after year. Unlike the other enterprise funds that we've discussed, the transit fund is not supported by user fees. There is a fee charged, right, to ride the bus, but that is not supporting the cost of those operations. That's primarily supported by the general fund. The other main source of revenue in the transit fund are federal grant revenues, and those have declined over the last few years. And then we continue to see some challenges around staffing, especially bus drivers. So on the opportunity side, we're seeing ridership come back to some pre-pandemic levels, which is promising. And then we're also, again, working through an assessment that will look at the current service and provide some information that will help us to just analyze where we have opportunities to make improvements based on the current routes, ridership, staffing, fleet, again, everything, kind of taking that comprehensive look. And then the transit master plan is a bit dated at this point, so not looking at necessarily changing the recommendations around service, but updating the cost of implementing those recommendations. And then lastly, which I think has been mentioned, this interest in a pilot service enhancements for South Asheville. We think that we would need county support or some other funding to implement that pilot project. Any questions on enterprise funds? All right.
You'll let him off easy. All right, so I'm going to finish up today with the last section, and I'm going to try to go quickly through the slides. I want to make sure there's time for you all to have some discussion as we talk about the capital outlook in the general fund and our planning around a November 2024 GO bond. So again, sticking with the theme of challenges and opportunities, I think you all are well aware. We have aging infrastructure and deferred maintenance needs that have created, or deferred maintenance has created substantial needs for our city facilities and infrastructure. I know some of you all have been on tours that Walter and Jade have provided and have seen some of these facilities up close and personal. But one of the challenges is those needs far exceed our ability to fund them within our current capital funding streams. But there's opportunities. We've got some key information, as we've indicated, to help us with the planning around our CIP. We've got the facilities condition assessment, the master plan, the GAP plan, and then some of these are still being worked on, the Recreate Asheville plan and the affordable housing plan. So there's still some more data coming in as well to help us as we move toward a November 2024 GO bond. And that will be the key really to providing additional financial capacity for our CIP program, is that November bond. So a reminder, we last did a general obligation bond in 2016. It was passed by the voters overwhelmingly. It was a $74 million bond. It had three components: $17 million for parks, $32 million for transportation, and $25 for affordable housing. So looking ahead to a potential November 2024 referenda, staff right now is looking at four buckets, if you will. So instead of the three that we utilized in 2016, we would add a fourth one. And so we would have housing again, and that would include things like land banking or funding for land banking, housing support for the Housing Trust Fund. There would be a transportation bucket that would include projects such as street resurfacing, sidewalks, greenways, a parks, recreation, and entertainment referenda, again, court field renovations, recreation center improvements, things like that. And then the fourth category, which would be the one that's new and different from 2016, would be one that we would likely call something like public safety and facilities. This would include police and fire station renovations, and also other building renovations as well. So please stop me if you all have any questions. Okay, going back to you all's December work session, we had our financial consultants from DEC here to talk to you all a little bit about what it might look like, what size, when we're thinking about the potential financial size of a November 2024 bond, what might that look like? And they threw out this option to kind of show you all what they call the steady state voting cycle. And that's where instead of doing large GO bond votes in one particular year and then waiting a number of years before you do another one, you spread those votes out and those dollars out over multiple years. And that's helpful in a lot of ways. It helps our bond rating. It also helps with staff capacity. So instead of doing a really large GO bond vote up front, you spread them out, and so staff has more capacity to get projects done. It also helps with the cost of those programs. So if you extend the debt issuances out over multiple years, your overall debt that you pay goes down, and so the cost of that is lower. And so just to kind of walk you all quickly through the numbers here. So if we did a $150 million bond in 2024, keep in mind we did a $74 million bond in 2016, so that would be double the size. That would be an annual cost of about $10 million to taxpayers. If we did 2 votes, which I think is what DEC had recommended to us back in December, of roughly $75 million in 2024 and 2028, the cost comes down to $8 million. And then if we spread it out and do 3 votes, one in 2024, another in 2026, and another in 2028, that actually costs a little bit less, but the dollar amounts that we would get up front would be less as well. So what might those programs look like in terms of impact to taxpayers? So all of them would involve, if we go back to this slide, you can again see the dollar cost, 10 million, 8 million, 7.75. And so what that is we would have to increase our property taxes to pay for the bonds. And so we wanted to give you all a flavor for what that might mean for the average taxpayer in the city of Asheville. So we got the average property tax value, that's residential. From the county, it's about $350,000 right now. So if we did 1 vote of 150 million, that would be a roughly $175 increase annually in taxpayers' bills. It would be $140 a year if we did the 2 votes. And if we did the 3 votes of 50, it would be $136. So not much difference there. One thing I'll say, and I'll say more about this on some other slides, this is based on data from today. We're going to see some changes. We're going to be going through a revaluation cycle in less than a year now. So when the votes, when the bond is passed, assuming it's passed, and I'm working with you all a year from now to adjust the tax rate, these numbers are going to look a whole lot different because the values are going to have changed.
Tony,
So in fact, that might even be my next slide.
Tony, go back to that slide just to understand the fiscal impact to property owners. Is the first one self-explanatory, $175 a year. For the other 2, is that, I mean, it's onloaded over 2 voting cycles. So is it $140 once you get both 75 million, then 75 million?
Correct.
Which totals 150 million?
Correct.
So you'd get part of that impact in the first, and you get the full impact after the next vote.
Yes, that's likely how it would go. We will need to work with our financial.
But I mean, that's what you're trying to show us here, is that it's staggered on and it would, this is the total
That's the
amount once
total.
they're all staggered on.
Correct.
Okay.
Is the rule of encumbering future budgets different here with the bonds? Like if we adopt bonds over 3 cycles, is it opening the door for future council to say, nope, scratch that?
Well, you would you'll adopt a bond resolution, and I'll show you all some calendars on that, ahead of the vote. And so if the vote passes, that essentially,
And a future council can't undo, or future
can't
referenda couldn't undo
Listen,
2028?
When we do these bonds, I get to sit in a room and sign like 100
Like a closing. So it's
closing
different.
documents.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's done. It's a
Okay.
loan. We're
No
done.
going back on a
Yeah.
future years. Okay.
All 3.
Just want to make sure.
Oh, so they're just showing you that this is the fiscal impact if you do it this way. If this council votes for, say, number 3, and we do the $50 million bond, and then we're all gone, another council may not do the next 50 million and the next 50 million.
Yes, we can only
No,
agree to one at a
We
time.
can't
That is
obligate.
what I was
Yeah,
asking.
we can't borrow money
Okay.
that hasn't already been voted and
Okay.
approved by the voters because that's the collateral.
That was my question. So we can't future
Yeah.
encumber other
Ex-
councils
that-
and bonds like
We
that?
can only,
Yep.
And then a clarifier on this slide, I'm a property tax owner. If we did the first one, in year 1, I'd feel a $175 increase. If we did the third option, It would take 6 years to get to $136 impact. Okay, thank you.
And then with Tony's big asterisk of close to this number, it may be different.
Yeah,
Yeah,
don't
right.
hold us to this. This is all going to change.
But the bottom line for both this slide and the one before it is that if we have a steady state with continual bonds at a lower amount, it's cheaper for us and then it's cheaper for property tax dollars, property owners.
Assuming future councils will continue that plan.
Which I'll say, in larger cities, which we are growing into, it is a
Common.
established program, right? So right now, we could say, we could have a new council and say, I don't believe in homeless services, and they cut the whole department. Anything is possible with a new council, but when you start to have best practice for financial management and organization, yes, there is a risk that there is a big political swing and folks say, I'm not interested in this, but bigger cities find steady state bond programs to be a best practice for financial management, especially as infrastructure responsibilities grow and grow. And if we're trying to do this as like financially responsible as possible, it's significantly more expensive on our taxpayers if we don't trust future leaders to have financial management in mind.
And additionally, if we need to be on what I think Brad was telling me, it's a retiring bond program where it's a full cycle. So as bond debt is retired, that money can be used again without increasing taxes. And that is what I feel like Asheville has been missing for
Yes,
decades.
I agree. And I think what you also see in other cities, like we have a 5-year capital plan, they start to get to like 20-year capital plans. And so nothing's committed, it's future councils making those decisions, but you just kind of say like, this is what it's gonna cost.
I also hear you saying, if I'm saying it right, please let me know, that in other cities, is what I'm seeing as well, is that if we entered into the 3-phase and the regular cycle, is usually considered a best practice, that keeps going. So it 1, 2, 3, show that you can do it correctly, show the impact, becomes 4, 5, 6, and then you have a long-term financial sustainability plan.
And the retiring, yeah.
It's a new, we'll talk later when we talk about our priority of improving and maintaining infrastructure. It's kind of establishes a new ongoing revenue source through a bonding program that can be variable.
Well, and this is the big question in the community, whether it's a water line system or a swimming pool. It's the decades of deferred maintenance and how we got here. And
That's right.
Now that we know we're here, how do we get out of it?
Yeah. One of the concerns I do have with this is when we were looking at some of the capital assessments earlier in the year, the price tags for some of the things like a municipal building is higher than $50,000. And so how do you break out some things that are going to be bigger price tags? I mean, we're not talking about entertainment facilities, but Thomas Wolfe, if that were ever a bond question, that could be $100 million. And so there's some real questions I'll have as we get into this further of like, what pros and cons, what limitations, what opportunities does this present if we're looking at $50,000 bites?
Absolutely, and that's why we.
50 million, excuse me.
Right. That's why we brought this to you all, just, for us to begin thinking. But it's also related to our fiscal and financial capacity. It's all we got. This is our capacity. And so when we're thinking about some of the other needs and facilities, there definitely need to be a prioritization. But what other financial resources? That's why on the first bullet of the key takeaways, it was about partnerships and collaboration. Some of the other facilities, we're going to need a lot of partners to help us address. McCormick Field, classic example. We needed that collaboration in order to do this.
The other thing that I just feel like needs to be said as we're considering these alternate strategies for this revenue source is the capacity to deliver. We still have some money left over in the 2016 bond, if I'm not mistaken. And I think our organization has done a phenomenal job going from zero to having a full capital department and capital planning. It takes an organization time to build the labor service management infrastructure to deliver ongoing capital programming. And I think that we're really well positioned, but are we well positioned to say, all right, you have 8 years to spend $150 million? I'm not sure. On top of McCormick, on top of Central Thomas Wolfe. So we're just in a really hard spot because there has been years, decades of deferred maintenance. And I think the scrappiness of our culture says like, make it enough. And we've been doing that for a long time, but we are at the end of the lifespan. Some of our buildings are kind of totaled, and we need to be looking at what's the incremental and financially responsible pathway out of this that we can deliver honestly to the public. And it's gonna take us some time, but we've never been more prepared to take this very seriously than I think this year, which I'm really proud of.
I hear you saying something, I hadn't thought about it this way, but our last bond program was like half the size. So what I'm hearing you say, make sure I'm right, is that in order for us to do double the size of the bond in the same amount of time, we would need staff capacity we don't have. So another reason to support shorter chunks in a longer phase, not only for fiscal responsibility and to get in the habit, but also because we might not have the staff capacity to pull off a $150 million bond all at once.
Yes, and when
Okay.
you do bonds like this, you can fund staff from it, but that doesn't mean we have, it's just a scaling thing. So yes, you can fund some staff from it, but going from a department of 5 to a department of 20, even if you have dollars for the labor, now you need systems to make that team function really well. So it's just, it's I'm trying to think of a better metaphor, but I don't got one, but yes, yeah.
Thank you. I think
it's
that's
big
a
growth spurt.
conversation we probably need to get better about talking about when we're talking about the bonds, as the capacity of whether or not we could pull it off. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think, absolutely, sliding those large projects into a GO bond issuance, that's difficult. So when you're talking about Thomas Wolfe, Parkside, or Public Works relocation, it's really difficult. And for one reason, and you talked a little bit about, wanting to show success with these GO bond issuances, those projects take many years to pull off too, because in some cases you have to acquire land, et cetera, et cetera. And so some of those are just gonna, within a 7-year or 5-year time window, it's gonna be difficult to get those projects complete as well, so.
Would there be could you do it, okay, so Parkside who knows what, the municipal facility where our headquarters for police and fire go. We have seen some ideas of where it could go, but there's a lot of work to be done to decide that. But let's say that does turn into, I feel like the number was 75 million or something. Could you bond 20 of it in year 1 and 30 of it in year 3? Like financially, can you break up a large facility through bond payments over time? Or are
Like
you
phasing?
implying that we need to take it as its own beast and do some other funding mechanisms? Or everything above?
Yeah, you can definitely break that up over time. I think, what you do though, is you do kind of obligate yourself. So the next bond cycle, to finish off that project.
You're done design, now you're ready for construction.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you. Appreciate the level of depth. I feel like, hopefully I'm not asking really obvious questions or stuff that everyone else is already up to speed on. It just really helps me understand to get this granular, so appreciate it.
It's great, and I assume we'll have many more of these opportunities.
Yeah, and these are
Really dig
great
in.
questions, and we definitely wanted, that's one of the reasons we hurried through the last section. We wanted to leave y'all plenty of time to talk about this. I'm gonna show y'all a couple of timeline slides now. So again, the vote would happen in November of this year, on November 5th. Like I talked about on the previous slide, there will be a revaluation for all of Buncombe County. So tax values are gonna change between now and the time you all vote on a tax rate to support these bonds, and that will be in June, so a year from now. So a year from now, when we're sitting around these tables and having these discussions, we'll hopefully know more about what the new revaluation numbers are, and we can be more specific at that point about what the tax impact might be to individual homeowners. Again, sort of a timeline thing here. These are just a reminder, you all will have to take some official actions along the way to make sure we stay on track to do the bond in November. The first of those will happen in May, so pretty soon. You'll have to take action adopting some resolutions that kind of begin the process. We'll come back to y'all in June and then July. And so that final vote in July would kind of, adopts the bond order, it adopts the resolutions, setting the special bond referendum. So that's really the legal steps that you all will have to take in the coming months to make sure we stay on track to do the bond in November. And then the state legislature added on some new transparency requirements as of January 1 of this year. And so it's just something to keep in mind as we go through this process. So they're requiring some additional language on the ballot. So when voters go into the voting booth in November, they're going to see each of these bond buckets, if you will. They're going to see the estimated cost, which is, there's a formula that the Local Government Commission gives us that we have to use to calculate that cost. And then it's also going to say on that ballot how much the property tax rate increase might have to be to support the bonds. Now, the challenge is that, again, the LGC is providing us a formula for how we do that. And it makes some assumptions that are not actually how the bonds are going to be issued for us. For example, they make the assumption we're going to issue all the bonds up front. We won't do that. We'll issue them over time as we spend the money. So bottom line, what's going to happen here is when voters go into the voting booth in November, there's going to be a tax rate increase cited on the ballot that's probably going to be higher, in some cases maybe much higher than what you all actually have to adopt next year. And so that's, in a measure that's supposed to create transparency, I think it's really going to actually create some confusion some communication challenges as we go through this process. So just something to be mindful of. So I think we're at the end of that section. So I just want to pause and see if you all have any more comments or questions about the capital part, and then I'll just kind of summarize after that.
Again, damn button. We really just wanted to provide you all with as much information so that when we go in our work sessions, at least you all have kind of in mind. In our work sessions, though, we're going to come back with some options, like here's where staff is and here's where we, and here are the pros and cons. And then you all can deliberate, discuss, and then give us direction as we begin to finalize the budget recommendations.
Well, and where in this timeline is us deciding on bonds?
It will be at either in the when you say deciding in terms of your work session to give us direction?
Oh, wait, isn't that in here?
Yeah.
No.
Should be. It.
So these are the legal.
That's the schedule, the total schedule? Is that what you were saying, or you were saying for the budget? Okay.
So when we come, and we'll be having discussions with y'all at each of the work sessions.
Yeah,
About-
you have a
Yeah.
timeline for the bond adoption. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And certainly when we come to you all with a proposed budget in May, that will include a CIP that shows a set of GEO bond projects. So, well, thank you. And I just want to, just a quick indulgence here before I stop. I just want to say a public thank you to Taylor Floyd. I don't know if y'all know this or not, but this is going to be Taylor's last in-person presentation to y'all. He's staying with us through the budget process in a remote capacity, but this is going to be his last time in front of y'all in person. And I just want to say thank you to Taylor for all that he's done over the last 7 years to help us out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tony, Taylor, Shannon. Deborah, are we just clarify we are done with the budget, or do you have some more you want to add?
No, we are finished with the budget
All right.
discussion.
But there's no lunch yet.
And unless there are any additional questions, because there is no lunch.
Okay, well, that's
Yeah.
all right.
Okay, so.
So I do have a
and,
question for you
everybody
all.
else?
I do have a question for you all. After there's other questions or any other comments anyone wants to make, needs clarifications?
Use the time for goal setting.
Yeah.
To the wall work.
You're like so excited.
Questions all day long about budget, but we will have time for that.
It's a good,
So do we want to resume the wordsmithing we were doing on affordable housing?
yeah, I got it. So
Or no,
I
I'm
actually have,
asking, is that what you mean?
yeah, I know what she means. Yeah, so I actually have a question for you all. I want to, before we jump back into goal setting, which we are going to do, because Jamie, to clarify, lunch is not here? He's setting up. Oh, okay, so there's a couple more minutes. Okay.
It's not till noon.
I just wanted to throw out to you all, give you a chance to sort of reflect a little bit, and, I don't know, did Antoinette step out for a moment?
She
Yes,
made a call.
she'll be back. She'll make a call.
I'm just wanting to throw out, what struck you this morning about the budget and financials? And would like you all to just stand up for a minute. We've been sitting a lot today. Stand up and grab one of these cards in the middle that represents what struck you today about looking at the budgets, the financials related to the city.
Pictures or feelings?
I was thinking pictures, yeah. Let's go metaphors.
Ooh. Yeah.
The prickly cactus. Watercolor's so unforgiving, too.
Brad's thinking deeply.
That's my storm. But look at all the notes, actually.
All right, you ready, Sandra?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, let's just go around and share. Quick share out of which card you selected and why. What struck you about this morning's conversation and about the financials? You can definitely stay standing up.
Standing up. I picked the hourglass that shows we're almost out of sand because I feel like we are running out of time to get on top of our needs, infrastructure needs.
I'll build on that. I also feel like we're on the cusp of unlocking a very different Asheville with this ongoing bond cycle. I mean, we are growing out of being a big town into a small city, and small cities do bond programs like this. This will really be powerful. I also had someone letting go of a balloon when we looked at the revenues and expenses. We had a really weird COVID year. That's very, very different than many cities. And many cities are experiencing the lines crossing in a way that's going to be, make us have hard decisions and be really judicious with our financial responsibility. But good thing we're unlocking stuff. So, they go together, but
Thanks, Maggie.
it's going to look different.
Who else?
I have a carabiner. It's like one of those things you put all your important stuff on. It might be your keys, your ID, your life if you're up against the rock face cliff, but it doesn't show you what's holding it together. And so we've been kind of like holding on for a little bit, but we need to make sure that we're secure. And this isn't the first time this town has gone through challenges of the burden of tourism and incurred debt and needed to have a good public conversation about what that means. But I think we're capable of doing it better than last time.
Sandra?
Okay, I chose a stoplight. Okay, and the reason being is because after looking at all the numbers and the trying to balance out and not having, not really sure about basically what the future actually have for us. And then in fact that we may have issues with less revenue and more expenses and things of that nature. I think that the first thing we need to do is to come to a complete stop.
Pause.
Yield with caution, and then we'll take action.
Love it, Sandra.
Go. Go. And then, yeah, that's good. And, yeah, and go. That's right. I like that. Okay.
Thanks, Sandra. Maybe. Rachel? You want-
See if this, okay, so I have my graph again, because feel like we did a lot of numbers today. It's like my happy place. So, so we looked at a lot of numbers so we can make informed decisions going forward. And I picked this snail because it's slow, but it's a strong little snail. And we're getting there. And I am really excited about moving into a regular bond program. You know, I'm so glad we did the 2016 bond, and the community response to it was overwhelming in passing those, and we've seen the fruits of that, but obviously so much more to be done. So I think this will be an incredible change for our city, which is coming from a place of sort of a town and how towns function. You know, the biggest thing a town might do is buy a fire truck. So we're transitioning from that kind of existence to a small city that needs a regular bond program. I agree
Thanks.
with that.
Thanks, Esther. Brad, you want to go?
I selected the mirror because I think as no one would be surprised to hear, the budget is the purest reflection of who you are and what you're wanting to do. So regardless of how you may have looked in the past and maybe don't like as much as some of the things you see today or in whatever budget cycle, it's also how you want to see yourself. So the mirror, I thought, is the best iteration of a budget.
Awesome.
It shows that we're aging.
We have to lower the light with each year a little on stage. A lot of candlelight at this point for me.
Rachel?
Sure. Much like the mayor, I went back to my groceries from yesterday in a brown paper bag, Bridget. So today, again, we heard about a lot of our needs, and then just thinking about our revenue capacity. On this picture, you can see this brown paper bag can't hold a whole lot more in terms of buying more groceries. And so just thinking about that container and our limited revenue options as we're going into budget season, not to be a downer, but we do have a lot of needs and limited capacity.
We need another bag.
Yeah. The bond could be that other bag.
There you go. Deborah?
I have a piece of a puzzle, which I think that's what we are doing right now. We are piecing together lots of things to make this wonderful puzzle of our community. And I know we're not where we want to be, but I think as Maggie said, I think we're better off than we were. So we'll just keep at it and putting those pieces together.
Awesome. Thanks, Deborah. Shanika, you want to share anything?
All right, I did a window, kind of getting an outlook on where we are and what challenges may be ahead, but at least having the opportunity to look as deep and far ahead of the situation before we make decisions.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, good stuff. We are going to break for lunch, and when we come back from lunch, we're going to dig in deeper to the strategic priorities and the goals for fiscal year 2025. It is 11:50. Let's start up again at about 11:35, so it gives us, or 12:35, so it gives us 45 minutes for lunch. Yeah, so see y'all then. All right, who's excited about goals? Woo! All right, so here's our plan for the near future, for the next little bit. So strategic priorities, we solidified those yesterday. Anyone, this is your last chance. Anyone having regrets? Okay, good. All right, and yesterday we started working on the goals under each of those strategic priorities. The one and only that we finished, but I also will say we haven't voted on it or whatever, done our thumbs up, but we think it's pretty much done, is this neighborhood and climate resilience. Can y'all read that? Yeah, or does it need to be bigger? Okay. And then we started working on the equitable, affordable housing and stability. I think it should be say equitable and affordable. And then we had to pause. So what we're gonna do is in a moment, we're gonna work on that one again, come back to it now with fresh eyes, make some final edits. And then we're gonna go to the other group, which was over here, the improve and maintain infrastructure and core services. We'll go over there because they were working on that at the end of yesterday. So we'll do that look at their goal. And then we're going to get back into small groups, and you'll work on those other 3 priority areas in small groups. And I actually would encourage the groups to mix up from yesterday. So not necessarily the same group, but mix that up, still with some staff folks in each group, and then at least 2 council people in each group. But we'll get there. That is not going to happen for a bit. Questions on the process of what we're doing? Esther, I know you have a question, some comment. What you got? You just want to throw the toys? Okay, good. Don't worry about it. I will give you step-by-step instructions. All right, so first thing we're going to do is look at this, the goal from yesterday. I'm going to read it out loud, and then we're going to talk about if there's any changes that need to be made. All right, here it is. Equitable and affordable housing and stability. Implement anti-displacement strategies and increase housing supply in strategic areas/corridors and reduce barriers to construction. Incentivize access for low-income residents/households with emphasis on equitable growth. Continue to update the Unified Development Ordinance and initiate a 2024 housing bond/broaden the revenue stream. All right.
Jamie said this is her favorite part, where she tries to capture all our edits.
It looks great like that, then.
And also, staff may, at a later date, go in and do a little grammar editing, replace a semicolon with a period, that kind of thing. We don't necessarily need to get that detailed here, but what do y'all think? Does this look good? Do you want to make changes?
It got to the heart of what I was trying to add.
Okay.
I'm wondering.
Oh, and y'all, just a reminder to use your mics.
Should "and" be while in the first sentence? While increasing?
Yeah. Okay.
I feel like it links them more.
Well, increasing, okay.
Yeah.
I'm not bothered by it.
Yeah, it's just a really long
Yeah.
sentence with commas and semicolons, but otherwise. Do we still need that, continue to update the UDO? Did we talk about that yesterday? We decided we're going to keep that?
We changed it to continue to update instead of start.
Okay, that'll be like for the next 100 years.
And the 2024 housing bond, is that?
Yeah, I mean, do we want to put that up there? Because we're, yeah.
I'd be fine taking it off since it says 2024. Unless the hunch is that we want to have an explicit goal that says that we need to continue and always broaden revenue for this. But honestly, I'd argue that every single one of these would need it, so it feels a little potentially displaced or misplaced.
I'm going to repeat what I said yesterday, but I think our group with Sandra and Maggie, we came up with a good help from Brad. Thank you. Revenue suggestion for this other one. If we go there, we might have a good idea for here on the revenue side.
The bond language, instead of saying 2024, could talk about series of bonds or bond cycles or long-term bond planning.
Yeah. What about that?
I just feel like we would, what am I trying to get to? Every single goal, every single area could say like, let's get some more money, right? And so.
Is it redundant?
Yeah,
Is it
maybe-
redundant, especially if in our core services, it's mentioned? I mean, that's kind of splitting hairs in strategic planning. The other splitting hairs is like, I'd personally, as a reader, have a preference that instead of all of this with semicolons, it was like 3 separate bullets so that a consumer of the information could go, oh, supply, displacement, or whatever. I just feel like that could be better user interface.
We could do that. Okay, how about this? Let's put a pin in this for a moment because Kim's mentioned a couple times that this next group might help with this. We're going to go over there, and Jamie, if you want to turn that into like 3 sentences or something, that'd be awesome while we do that. Does that sound good?
Yes.
Cool. All right. Let's look at improve and maintain infrastructure and core services. Do y'all want to go over there, or you want me to bring this to here? All right, let's get up and go over here, and whoever's presenting this.
I mean, bring it.
All right, hold on a second.
purple ones at the top.
Yeah, Maggie, since you were the last person to touch that, do you want to get in there?
Oh, yes. Thank you. Use your height, and we're gonna put this right on here. Sort of, yeah.
Beautiful.
I love it. All right. Okay. Here, hold on.
Thank you. Is that on? Yes. So there was a lot of stickies that said keep as is. There's also a lot of goals bundled into what is said there, and then some of the stickies were like keep as is, especially ambition, etc. And so then we had some others that were clustered in different ways that were adding nuance or specificity in what we already wrote. And so the three areas that we kind of distilled it to, which could be three separate goals like we just talked about with housing, is keep the language around hiring and retaining excellent staff. That just seems like really consistent with what we've all talked about. There was a line that said, thanks, Kim. The previous one, sure, yeah. So the previous one said hire and retain excellent staff, and we said keep that one. And then there was one that said improve public-facing amenities, and we felt like that language didn't reflect the conversation we've been having around infrastructure the last day, and so we have a recommendation to say, instead of improve public-facing amenities, increase investment in municipal assets. And we thought that
Amenities sounds optional.
yeah, and these are assets that we own and we steward. So very similar, but you want to move this out of the way?
Yeah, maybe move it to the sides because Jamie.
And there goes our
Is that aside enough, Esther? Can everyone see that? All right, we got to get better.
Yeah, I don't know if we really need the visual.
Yeah, I'm just going to take these to my seat. Does that work? Okay, and I'm going to give.
But you have that, you have this page.
Oh, yeah.
Let me give you your side, I'll need that.
Okay, and of course.
So Jamie, you've got the first hire and retain excellent staff, which is already here. And then increase investments in municipal assets is an addition
Is a swap.
for,
Improve public-facing amenities.
good, that's a good, I'd like that swap. Do you like that swap?
like that.
Because also what's, public facing is a little,
Yeah, and we had a bit of discussion where, I'm going to pause and I'll share my thought about that later.
so then you kept strengthen regional partnerships?
Then we moved into something different that says, that kind of brings together the last two clauses, which currently say, strengthen regional partnerships and create an ambitious funding plan for infrastructure investment, including the bond. That's what we have now, and we said that we wanted to kind of broaden that perhaps to say, explore creative and ambitious untapped revenue sources. And the discussion around that was, there's pros and cons of naming that we're really committed to a bond, mattered a lot this last year, and we want to continue seeing bond stuff, but there's other revenue sources. I'm really interested in what partnerships can look like with state and federal
Will you
agencies.
say it again?
Explore creative and ambitious untapped revenue sources.
State, federal, regional, county,
Yeah, so we could enumerate,
Grants.
because currently we talk about regional partnerships, and my inclination was like, I would like to see better state and federal partnerships for funding and things of that nature. So we could enumerate and add it, or we could just have it pretty broad like that.
and that would still include bond funding. It
Yeah,
just,
we just don't have to call it out specifically.
well,
Yeah.
we didn't want to leave behind the state and federal and other
Yeah,
revenue
regional
sources,
too.
grants.
But couldn't you combine those, though? Strengthen regional,
Yeah, we-
national, state partnerships?
See, I see Jamie typing, we chose not to type that out, right? We were
Yeah.
just leaving it at
So you're doing a
untapped
really
revenue
good job.
sources.
Yeah, so the strength and regional partnerships, we were suggesting. to
But leave it
strike.
on there because other folks might want to put it in. We just, by the time you start making a list, it's like, do the bonds, have more grant funding, get the, regional funding.
State
have-
earmarks, like there's just
Those
lots
are all
of.
like objectives.
I like it as a simple sentence. I like it as a simple sentence, period after sources.
I think it's a good point of discussion. Previously, we'd mentioned regional partnerships, and I feel like from a funding perspective, I'm curious about going bigger and broader, but it could be a little tactical. But we also don't say anything about partnerships, so
Maybe it
curious
was
to hear
my-
what other people's thoughts are, since this is kind of where we were landing.
Well, I remember maybe a little bit differently from yesterday, that was strengthen regional partnerships and explore. They were still, that one we stayed, we just put them
That's
both.
not what we have up here, but that's fine.
You could put "and partnerships" after sources, so.
Was there any discussion in y'all's group about lift fund or tourism dollars or anything?
It's just the broader thing of, we were really proud that last year, we talked about ambitious funding plans, and with the bravery we took this last year, we wanted to look up and look even broader and say, like, there's other things, and we want to continue with this, but we don't want to limit ourselves to just that method.
Now that we have a lift fund that could potentially cover maintenance-related issues, is it worth mentioning on the list? Or does it just fall under this creative and ambitious,
It's regional.
untapped?
I
That
just keep
covers
going
it for
back
y'all?
and forth, because
Yeah,
then
yeah.
I'd want to list out, like, I have a lot of ideas of what we could list, and we could, which brings up another point I was curious about with the increased investments in municipal assets. We have so many municipal assets, and if we leave it at that with a period, that gives a tremendous amount of discretion to staff. And I care for staff, and I think you're great, but I also feel like it could be hard for you to juggle the difference between them without some council direction on, hey, these are the municipal assets that are the most important to us. That becomes a very slippery slope, though, because you'd leave stuff out. But I feel attention on both of those, the second and third bullet, they're very high level, but they're focused. But I'm not sure where that would mean we could provide additional strategic focus for staff going forward, because even if we can address things emergently through work sessions, they're just very, very broad, and part of this is for us to have more clear, distinct leadership for staff as a council.
But we would
Sandra?
bring back a short and a long-term capital improvement plan for you all to review.
Yeah. And it could be, the follow-up could be a discussion of y'all saying, here's the 6, is there alignment around 3 or something? And so we could go through an iterative process.
Sandra, you were in
That'd
the
be
group
very
with us. Does it feel like it reflects what we were talking about yesterday?
Yeah, somewhat, but I think you've taken out so many of the words that it's sort of, to me, I think it sort of lost a lot of the, from last year's, but from the one we worked on.
Oh.
Are you looking at the, one that we have
No, I was
from
looking
last
at-
year too?
No, I was just looking at the one that she has on there.
Okay.
Sandra, are you saying the one that you all came up with yesterday compared to this is different, or the one from last year compared to this one is different?
No, it's different from last year's, but it still lost a lot of the things that we had talked about, when we, that we had added in, so.
Well, that was why I was curious, because we talked about,
Well, I'm just saying, like.
Microphone.
Remember you talked about, like I said, strengthen regional,
Okay.
Okay. You talked about strengthening regional partnerships and explore creative and ambitious untapped revenue sources. But I thought that we were talking about the fact of bringing in the fact that we're looking at federal and state, partnership,
we were.
huh?
We were, and
Yeah.
that's why I think when we started naming all of them off between the three of us, it was like, gosh, you might come up with a list of 20 and still leave things out.
Well, maybe, I guess if we I would think that if we sort of listed maybe the top sources and then, and others that, pertain to it or whatever, I think that gives it more, I don't know. Right now, it just sort of feels a little. Get more money. Generic, just sort of, I don't know. What do you think? It's like it just sort of It's just sort of there.
So the option is you could say including bond program, federal, state, regional, lift funds,
I
grants.
think if you, maybe some kind of way, if you sort of incorporated that into it, I think it'd get a little bit more teeth.
Does that come into play under goals though, Mayor, or is this, I hear you, I'm fine with adding more. Sorry.
I don't know. I'm not really,
So just to clarify, Sandra, do you want this like kind of listed at the end here, like including?
Yeah, it doesn't really matter where it's sort of listed at. It just sort of, I think it just sort of need to be included to give it a little bit more.
A little more oomph,
Yeah.
more depth?
Yeah.
Okay,
And
okay.
So we need to
So,
put regional back in there?
There. That does seem
Yeah.
like, we were explicitly talking about
because
those ones.
that's what we talked about a lot. So I mean, that's sort of,
all right, so
What
here's where,
about including federal, state, regional, and local bond funds? Jamie, just put it in the other direction.
but would they always be
but
bond
but
funds?
do you really need to put local if it's bonds or it just says?
Or
that's
regional.
local? Bonds are local, right? I mean, it's.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you don't really need the local if you've got bonds.
Oh, gotcha.
So
Yeah,
you
and then
don't want to include the lift funds?
I mean, regional
No.
is lift funds to me,
Yeah.
but there's a lot of different styles of it.
Yeah, but the thing is, like you said, regional partners explore creative, ambitious, including. So and actually, because we're saying including, we're not excluding any other revenue sources because it's actually leave it open for lift and all that stuff.
Et
But we're
cetera.
just sort of, does that make?
Et cetera. That gives us what
Yeah.
we need.
Yeah.
Jamie's
I
a
mean-
genius. So elegant. Yeah, that's,
Yeah.
All right, everyone take a look at this and see what you think as the final version.
I like it.
I think it's funny that those are creative and ambitious funding sources, but I get it. The strong words, good, yes.
Well, the word create and ambitious is in the original language.
yeah.
Awesome.
I wonder too, Deborah, you'd brought up the point of like, there could be a method to us having some type of prioritization conversation around municipal assets. I wonder if we should nod to that in this goal statement. The reason I bring it up is it's going to be really important. And right now, we're looking at a lot of investment need. And I don't know, I wonder if at some point it's going to be useful for you to hear signals from us on where the priorities are as opposed to what study is done first with a big capital deck. I don't know.
Prioritize investments.
Yeah. That would help.
So you're saying instead of the word increase?
Prioritize and increase investments. Yeah. That's a subtle nod.
You got that? All right, take a look now. Or Deborah, yeah?
No, I was just wondering, were we keeping increase?
Do you want prioritize and increase or just prioritize?
Well, we are, like, the bond is increasing investment.
It's almost done.
Just checking.
Yeah, yeah.
No value judgment, I'm not, I just wondered if we were doing both.
Well, no, explain that thought process.
If we don't signal this after, we want to be able to weigh in
From your,
things with the highest.
All right. Oh, my
Now,
bad.
increases that we are getting additional revenue, which, yes, the bonds and all of these other sources would be as well. And then prioritizing would be, once we get those resources, then who's on first? Yeah, yeah, so I wasn't kind of judging. I just wanted to know if we were doing both in the statement.
Okay. Thumbs, how are we doing on this one? Feel okay for now? All right. Well,
When is this gonna end?
really, it's just a question of can we move on to the next one? All right, can you scroll back to the one above? All right, we're gonna go back to the equitable and affordable housing. Now that we looked at that one, We've got some language there around finances. What do you think of this one now?
So my guess is that by only pointing to long-term bond planning and broaden the revenue, and broaden the revenue is general, but do we want to name all the different ways, or do we want to stay general? Because do we want them to match? Does it matter?
I would also add, don't forget this is just for this year. So I don't know if that helps in the decision-making, but anyway, go on, Kim.
No, that's all. I'm asking, curious.
So should we add it to all of them or not add it to any of them, or just add it to one of them? What do you think?
Well, that's why I wanted to see if we could go over the infrastructure and core services and then come back. Maybe that one's enough, maybe keeping it small, but broaden the
Yeah,
revenue
no, I'm
stream or
good with
just-
that we don't repeat it each time. We just have it in the one as a, because we talked about all fiscal sources, so.
Jamie, could you change reduce to reducing, please?
Where? What?
First sentence.
Is it just grammar?
Yeah.
What do you all think about in that first sentence where it says implement anti-displacement strategies while increasing housing supply in strategic areas? Do you think that that makes an assumption about density, that density's good because it says increase housing supply? Or do you think we need to say something about density? It's just, we already all know that. Maybe that's fine.
I mean, I think it's implied.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. I just want to make sure, yeah.
It's implied that we want, by saying in strategic areas, corridors, we're saying we don't want this everywhere willy-nilly. We want it targeted strategically.
Okay.
And it sounded like there might have been consensus to cut the part that's highlighted in blue, but I don't know if we finished that. I think Jamie's looking for that signal.
Yeah, that's fine with me. Everybody?
It's fine.
Are we just updating the UDO period?
Well, I mean,
For our,
But the one thing I will say is this, okay, I know planning and zoning is actually looking to, I know that we were talking about just doing, well, I think the number 7.
Chapter 7.
But planning and zoning is actually, Kim is putting together a way that we could actually, they're gonna work on looking through the ordinance and trying to, the UDO, and making more updates that can help with our issues that we have.
Okay.
So they're working on that now. They'll be coming to PD hopefully in the next 2 months and providing, and they've worked on it. So hopefully.
does it need to say chapter 7?
well, here's the thing too,
Yeah,
right?
this
Like
is-
when
this is
we,
just
I mean,
for- but they're
We're not
actually-
going to like do anything about cats and dogs or
no,
stuff
but
like
when we
that.
started this conversation about updating the UDO, I think the intent was recognizing we need like a broad sweeping overhaul.
Yeah.
But that wasn't something we could do anytime soon.
Yeah.
Monetarily or capacity-wise, so we said, why don't we take a first bite at chapter 7? But
Chapter 7.
yeah, which is the development one, that's where all the codes and the ordinances that, define how we live.
But say, just Kim's not talking about just chapter 7,
Who?
Kim Levi,
Oh, Kim Levi.
with the planning and
No, you're
zoning.
talking about Kim.
They're actually looking.
I think
They're
they
talking
are.
about beyond.
They're in chapter
Yeah.
7.
Are they-
They're in
Yeah.
chapter 7.
Only
Planning and
chapter
zoning is,
7?
I would bet, is in chapter 7,
Only, okay.
because that's what they usually,
We could get Brad to give us a rundown of what else is in the UDO.
I promise you, I have no interest in updating the signage chapter. So it's really focused at development, I think was our first stab.
And I think if you all think about the initiatives that we have underway, particularly under this goal, equitable, affordable housing and stability, we'll be coming through with missing middle, which will likely have some amendments, and whatever the housing plan, the results of any kind of implementation strategies. So I think probably just leaving it
Yeah.
in that manner, but just, we're not doing a wholesale update of the unified, the UDO.
It's just not
There's no way. And we'll only be doing things related to housing.
And I guess if you're on staff, you're probably like, we constantly update the UDO. But
Okay,
Yeah.
I just want to
Which
just
is
read
kind of the
something here.
problem.
I just want to read something here from Kim, and that's the reason I wanted to sort of just get some clarity, because this is something that we were talking about bringing to PD. But basically, she was saying something about hoping the staff can help us with skimming the rest of the UDO to identify any discrepancies, and also coordinate community engagement as necessary. So in other words, she's talking about doing a deeper dive, but they're going to do it, not, sort of just bring them. It's like they felt that they needed to be doing more in planning and zoning than they're doing. So this was their take on, let's start, actually being effective in helping us get to where we need to go.
Which would be great if
Yeah.
we started at PED.
Yeah,
We started at
exactly.
PED, we can say, hey, we're really curious about X, Y, and Z, and then ask P and Z to do some of
And
that.
that's
dive.
exactly right.
This is just like
That's-
the-
yeah.
Sounds
So-
like a
So
great
that's basically what we're looking at. Okay,
Just like boards and
thanks.
commissions, HCD
So,
and
so,
AHAC. Yeah.
yeah.
So we good with this then?
So if you said continue to update the UDO, that's exactly without stipulating chapter 7, just making it, okay.
I know it's like a little uncomfortable because the sentence is so simple, but
Yeah, so just leave it, that's fine.
We could say
Okay.
large areas
That
of.
sentence has no semicolons in it.
I
You don't-
know, it's a little weird.
It could say continue to update large areas of, I mean, if it's just, I mean, we touch this all the time. Okay. It's making you nervous.
Probably.
Yeah, at one point, we had an estimate from staff. It was when Todd Okolachany was still here. It was a $500,000 ask to overhaul the UDO, and I think that's where this is kind of coming from. And I don't know.
Oh, my God.
Yes, but
All right, thumbs, how we doing? Thumbs up on this? Feeling good?
yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, good enough?
We overthink everything.
Oh, I do have witch's thumbs.
All right. Good job, y'all. We got 3 done. All right, 3 to go. What I'd like for us to do is to break into small groups, similar to what we did yesterday, but like I said, let's mix up those groups a little bit, and go to the 3 that are left, which are homelessness strategies behind the podium here, reparations in that corner, and reimagining public safety.
So our group already didn't we already did that one? Didn't we hello?
I think you guys did start it, or got
Yeah,
most.
we were already over here.
Oh, sorry.
But we're,
Well, this might be a good time maybe to if we're mixing up the groups, if someone can look at it. Yeah, check your work, yeah. And one other thing, just on a process here, is I put on each of the posters a Post-it like this. If you could write the new one on here, I think that will make us a little smoother as and you can actually, once you write it down, if you like, you can just give it to Jamie, and then we'll come back here for that conversation. Does that make sense? Okay, Maggie, anything to add?
I will say that I took some time reading all of them, and the homelessness strategies ones and the reparations ones are very close to staying the same, if I recall. So
cool.
that just might be short breakouts. But
That might be awesome, because that one, like Esther said, is mostly done.
need breakouts? I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, so, well, let's still do that. Yeah, let's take about, 10 minutes. Yeah, stand up. Staff, if you could make sure you have at least 1 staff person per group and at least 2 council people per group.
Are you gonna?
Oh, yeah, that's right, I did assign y'all yesterday. Okay, we're assigning. No, we're assigning. Okay.
Now that I was picked.
All right, I'm assigning. I'm going to randomly give you a number, and once I give you a number, step away from the table. All right, nice job, y'all. That was super fast. All right, so we have 3 more goals to edit. We're going to start with the one that has the least edits, which is homelessness strategies. Raise your hand if you're in that group. All right, who's speaking? Esther.
I will, okay,
mic on?
so the good news is most of the stickies were to keep everything the same about this goal, which reads currently, make homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring by supporting the implementation of, should say, the National Alliance to End Homelessness recommendations. So first, let me do the stickies. One sticky said, reduce homelessness by 50%. So that.
That was
I
my
don't know.
sticky, if it helps. The reason I thought we might want to put that in, because we said in the process we weren't going to do half measures, and the the full measures would get us that outcome. I don't know if we want to name the outcome, but it seemed it could be important to not having half measures.
What? Amy has her questioning look.
I guess
Within a year?
I don't know. Go ahead.
Within a year?
That's what I was thinking. I was like, that
don't know.
sounds,
I want to caution us to something that happened about 12, 13 years ago when a council put forth a 10-year plan to end homelessness.
That
and
wasn't
then-
just us, that was a national thing.
Okay. Anyways, locally.
Obviously, it didn't work nationally.
And then it didn't come to fruition and it caused all this other upset. Like, I love the goal. I don't think it's attainable in a year. So
Right.
I just don't want us to set the community up for some expectation that we cannot uphold.
I do appreciate wanting to put some metrics around this as we get into the strategies. Whether it's the reduction number or the number of beds or the types of housing units we bring online or things like that.
that feels like it might be part of the objectives, is to figure out like what is the realistic number.
Yeah, I support that. I feel like, I know that it's a number within the Alliance report, and I feel like, to me, it really comes down to like, staff would say like, we propose this strategy, and it could get us this reduction, it would cost that, and then a couple scenarios, like the impact on the people, the impact on the number, the cost, that all bundles together to me, and that, I don't feel like I have data to make I feel like our professional staff are the ones that can tee that up in strategy objective conversations for me. And I look forward to those. I think that'll be really cool if we get these goals to crisp statements. Once we have strategy conversations from staff, they can be showing us more metrics over time.
Esther, is there more?
Yes. There was another sticky that said infusion of equity considerations and focus on unhoused youth. So I think we thought the focus on unhoused youth would be one of the strategies. And I don't know what you all think about how to incorporate the equity consideration piece, even though I think what we always say is all things are with an equity lens, but any thoughts about that?
So that was my Post-it.
I never would have guessed.
You never would have guessed it. Just thinking about a clear perspective in the community that we are focusing on one type of unhoused person, sometimes to the detriment of others. So I just wanted to call out youth in particular. Because I've heard that the thought is we're not focusing on them almost at all. So I just wanted to name that. But also, I kind of have an issue with supporting the full implementation of the National Alliance to End Homelessness recommendations. Because what happens if there's one that we really don't agree with? I'll go ahead and just signal that I'm having trepidation regarding the low barrier shelter. And I don't know that we've, as a group, had that discussion as a group, what that's gonna look like, or any of that. And I don't know if this is the time for that conversation or not.
Well, we do need to get consensus around this.
I hear you, though.
Goal.
I hear you on the entirety. I have concerns around that piece as well. I don't know that we have clarity as a group, but, so maybe it's like implementation of, not some is not the right word, but we might have some wordplay there.
Well, and before we get into that, one other thing, and Jamie's already put it up here, to add to the beginning of this through partnerships, plural, because we don't mention partnerships in this goal, and it actually is.
It's really
of all
what
of our
we
goals,
do.
probably one of the most highly dependent on partnerships, just inherently,
Yeah.
because we don't provide direct services as a city around this issue. We have to leverage partnerships. We are going to be housing the COC So we're going to be a leader and a convener and a strategizer and collaborator, but we are fundamentally reliant on partners to make this work.
Can I ask some clarity? I thought that the COC was separate.
It still has to have a
It's going to be
jurisdiction
staffed by
that leads it
our,
and
it
houses
will
it.
live.
Sure.
It'll live with the city.
It's
Yes.
supported by the
Staff
city, but the
yeah.
whole point is it belongs to the community. That's
Yeah.
a key
Yes.
recommendation of
Yes.
the NAEH.
Yeah, and I wish Emily's not here to better clarify it, but when I tried to make that distinction, she was saying, but it's still going to be housed
It's
with the
similar
city.
to our home consortium, the four-county housing board. Since Asheville is we call it the participating jurisdiction, we house the program, we staff the program, but it doesn't mean that we're the only ones doing the program.
Yeah, I think we might want to get some staff clarity on this because now that one of the key recommendations was that the county also staff it. And so I don't know if, I need some more clarity
No, they
on
don't.
housing.
They'll participate.
Yeah, they participate.
Well, and I think this is
We're
kind of what
primary.
Antoinette was getting at, like, we don't have a lot of clarity here on what
Yeah,
we're
exactly.
agreeing to take on.
Yeah.
Could I ask Rachel to clarify, because you will be getting information?
Yeah, on Tuesday's city manager's report, Emily Ball is going to be giving a status update on the body of work that's been happening around high access shelter. And she's also going to give some details on where we are with the new COC board. And she can highlight in that presentation, I know she did it very recently, to the Housing and Community Development Committee, roles and responsibilities for the new COC under its proposed governance structure.
And the only other thing I would add is when you all had your joint city-county meeting, we certainly signaled that work was going to begin looking at a high access shelter.
So we're going to hear that.
Yep.
We're going to hear that under the manager's report.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Maybe one
Tuesday.
way to talk about the COC under the city is just to say that we're going to help administrate it. That's really,
we're the
just gonna
certified
provide-
applicant. But I would appreciate some clarity about the housing part because I think that's the whole point is that it belongs to
make
the
sure
community,
she
not the
makes-
city.
Makes that clear.
It would be helpful to learn how to say it so
Right.
that it's reflecting how it's truly organized.
Yeah.
Sorry, Sandra.
I wonder,
Sandra?
Oh, no, I was just trying to figure out, because like a lot of things there, and the thing I am concerned about is supporting the implementation of the National Alliance to end. And that is a concern until we actually sort of peel back and look at all the things, that we're dealing with. So maybe even if you change some of the wording to say implementation of relevant, or something like.
With the guidance of.
Some type of thing like that, which gives us a way to not commit to that, completely, but to look at things that's relevant to our success or whatever.
Could it be in non-recurring by supporting, or no, by?
I have a
was gonna say
suggestion.
Guiding of,
we could
Yeah.
say by targeting strategies
there you go.
from recommendations of the National Alliance, because that would allow us to say strategies are in
It's a great one.
staff's bailiwick. That it also would signal, we already did a whole ton of work as a community and came up with a bunch of strategies, so we're not gonna have some like harebrained new idea. It's like, this is the bucket from which we'll draw from, and then the strategies would be signaled from staff as they come up.
Yeah, I guess I'm curious because if we leave it with the implementation or somehow generally the National Alliance in Homelessness recommendations, there are 112 strategies. But it sounds like we're not going to adopt all of them.
No,
So we
exactly.
will not get the outcomes.
Yes, exactly.
And there is no adoption. It is staff utilizing the document, staff as county as well, utilizing the document as a guide. We collaborate and we work right now with HIAC, with a board that is about to be formed for continuing of care. And they will be helping us prioritize. So it's a collective community prioritization of those strategies, not just the city.
So we hit the mark by saying
Targeted. You got it.
I think that's great. Good job, Megan.
All right, how does this feel as a final one for this strategic priority? Through partnerships, make homeless rare, brief, and non-recurring by targeting strategies recommended by the National Alliance to End Homelessness recommendations. Wait, we have, whoops, yeah, okay, I thought that sounded funny. Yeah, you got it, period. Well, hold on, is there?
So I'm assuming that the wording now allows us to, when we do have a strategy recommended by the National Alliance on Homelessness recommendations comes to council, we had a vote where whatever it was, where we were unanimously in support of implementing the recommendations from the National Alliance on Homelessness report. So this decision would mean that we are not unanimous in our support to implement those recommendations. We are going to take them piece by piece and make a decision about them.
That's what I'm reading it as.
That's how I'm-
Is that what will
It's very
happen?
concerning to me.
Same.
But I
Well, in reality.
respect that that's where some people are at.
In reality, and how this will play out, it will establish the new COC, we'll fill it with board members, it will be housed for administrative reasons under the city, but then action will start to take place, policy, initiatives, purchases, whatever it is, and that will still come back to us for our support as a council, right? Or are we just saying?
No, the COC is,
Well, if there's a
first-
funding ask, or if there's something they need from us, it would certainly come back to us.
but we won't be seating them. Is that clear?
Yeah, I'm just saying that that board will then move into the role of how should these next steps happen? But when it involves a city investment or a real estate deal or funding something, it would still come back to us.
This
right?
makes me think we should leave it fairly vague because we still need to have some deeper conversations and table setting and buy-in from the council. We might not get it all done today.
I'm okay with this language.
Yeah, if a majority of you all want to move to this language, obviously, that's what will happen. I'm just pointing out that the way I'm reading this language is, so there's two different things you're talking about, Sage. You've got the overall report and its set of recommendations. One of its recommendations is to establish a COC. There's going to be stuff that comes from the COC that may be things that are in this report, maybe it's just their ongoing operations or whatever. So I'm speaking to the report in all of its 8 primary recommendations. This language to me means, for example, low barrier shelter is one of them, that when it comes to voting to support a low barrier shelter, if we make this change and someone votes no on the low barrier shelter, we're no longer saying, but hold on, you said you were going to support, unanimously, all the recommendations of the National Alliance to End Homelessness. We're positioning ourselves so that people can vote no on those recommendations and say, I did not commit to all of these.
And I think that's fair in a way, because we don't really have enough information on all the, moving parts. And especially when I guess for me, I did not realize that this would be living in our house as far as under our control. I didn't.
Yeah, it's the administration of the COC. All that means is we're providing staffing support, but that's separate and apart from, say, a low barrier shelter.
That's what I mean. So all these different things that we have in here, and if we just agree to all of them blank without.
We did.
I know we did.
Yeah, we got a
yeah,
presentation
yeah.
of what they were, and then
We
we
did.
voted to
Yeah.
support all of them.
Yeah.
So I guess what I was saying, I need room to see what is actually being proposed, where it is being proposed, the number of, like, specifics.
No,
And
no.
so until I know specifics, I am not comfortable saying with any degree of just absolutely that I will.
Yeah, no, I'm
That's
hearing
my-
the-
that's
yeah,
my point.
I'm
I agree
hearing
with that.
where the direction is.
It's not just as simple to me to say, thank you for the study, I agree with everything, go do it. I think there are too many layers of complication and community impact and funding that still come from as we move through this with the new COC in place.
Well, so we've got 1, 2, 3 that feel like that. Do we have 4 that feel like that?
Yeah, I feel this way. I support it for.
The change in the language?
I support the change in the language for a different reason. We're capturing just a year's time. And there's no way we can do all of the work that's recommended in the study in a year's time. So we would have to somehow make an informed decision about what can be accomplished just for, or what our strategy is going to be for 2025 based on importance, based on need, based on additional information about how it's going to be implemented, what it's going to, the outcomes. I think we need more information based on the time frame that we have. So
And the financial impact.
Okay, well, I'm hearing a majority, so I'm understanding.
I just have to say, I guess my concern is that's why I brought it up in our group meeting with the county. If we don't do the recommendations, centering the people most impacted, including our youth, and the equity lens that's built into the report, we will still have a very big homelessness problem. So I hear that we need to narrow it so that we can make informed decisions as we go, but I'm gonna be holding really close that I want to reduce homelessness in our community. I think we all do.
Yeah,
And so we got to do the recommendations.
I
or
don't
we
hear
won't.
anyone saying otherwise. I hear people saying they have a financial responsibility. If it comes back and someone tells me it's $40 million to build a low action, like, I would be hard pressed to say yes to that, but like, I don't even know, right? Like, there's just like a lot of detail yet to be had. So that's what I'm hearing. I don't hear anyone saying that they don't support the intention or the goals, but there's a lot of detail yet to come.
And this gives us a way to actually have some control, is that what I'm looking at? Is that what I'm looking at?
Yeah, no.
All right.
Nobody can waggle their finger at you and say, but you.
Thermometer, how are you feeling about this one? We feeling good? Okay, some wigglingness?
I mean, I think we just had a pretty honest conversation about where we're at on this one, and it's giving me a lot of heartburn to move away from it, but I'm hearing where the group is going, so that's how we do the decision-making. That's why my thumb is like this.
All right.
I just don't know that keeping the words is going to change the fact that not everyone is in the same place on some of the recommendations, which I could have aspirations for that being different, but I think that's what I'm.
Well, I will just share, I mean, when I have conversations with the county folks about, and they'll say, well, do you think the city's going to support this or that? And I'll say, well, there was unanimous support to implement the recommendations of the National Alliance to End Homelessness. So now that's not necessarily the case. It's going to be kind of more of a case-by-case decision. So and if that's really reflective of where the council's at, I think that's an important signal for folks who are looking for us to partner with them on these
Well,
items.
isn't it similar to how we dealt with funding the 1.7 million for the extra shelter beds? Like, that was a recommendation, but it still came to us for a vote and input and discussion.
And we
So
did it.
yeah, so the community wasn't just left in the dark. Like, we didn't just adopt a study and then say, great, and here's a blank check. So, in some ways, my concern too is that we need these regional partners. Like, I believe the county plays a larger role in this than we do, simply because we don't even deal with health issues on a staff. Like, we don't have a department that does that. So to me, I want us to step carefully and with intention so that we aren't over-promising things that we can't realistically pull off. And since we don't know all those numbers and details and locations and timelines, I don't know how we could just blankly say, we'll do everything.
It sounds to me like there's not actually that much disagreement, that it's sort of a both and, that it's like, yes, we've agreed that these recommendations are important and we value them, and as we need to spend money on them, we'll have to see what's in our funds. And am I hearing that right?
Yes.
Well, I would also say that in the places where we might disagree, I'm just glad everybody's speaking up and participating.
Nice job with the working agreements. Yes, thank you, Kim. All right, so question is, thermometer on how are you feeling about moving forward with this statement for the next year? Like, are you feeling like this is comfortable, this is thumbs up-ish? Okay, we can do some editing.
Are you still doing the homelessness strategies?
Yes, sorry, just homelessness strategy. Yeah, that's the one we're on, yeah. Anything you need different, Kim? Okay, we good? Move on? All right, nice job. All right, let's go to reimagining public safety. Raise your hand if you were in that group. Antoinette, Maggie, all right, who's speaking?
I guess
Rachel?
me and, oh, Rachel is back there. So it looks like you've already made the changes. How did you do that when I have the paper in the thing?
Because we were doing it.
Oh,
Read
okay.
your mind.
Okay, so it's really essentially the same as it was before. I'll go ahead and read some of the Post-its. Reduce violent crime in public housing in downtown was a recommendation. Diversify community safety responses, and once again, diversify public safety response with community responder, traffic safety, et cetera. So really, the only change that was really brought forth several times was the inclusion of the word diversifying, and that's what you see there.
I'll just read it out loud. We have improved community safety outcomes by securing funding and increasing and diversifying programming and partnerships to address quality of life issues.
Good.
Yeah. All right, thumbs up. How are you feeling about this one? Wow, that was like amazingly fast. Awesome, nice job. All right, what's the next one? Jamie, can you scroll down or up? That's right. Okay, reparations. Raise your hand if you were in that group. All right, Kim and Shanika, who's speaking? So you both point to each other.
The thing, but I guess it's here.
Yeah, I think we've got them up there.
So I think, and I don't have to stick it in, but it's okay. Yeah, let's do that. Let's get it right.
Oops.
Okay, so we had keep the same, supporting through the audit and community engagement, narrowed the achievement and opportunity gap with a focus on pre-K through fifth grade, determine what body will oversee implementation and accountability, and you'll notice this one is inserted into the center, but keep the same but change funding language to state grow reparations investment by maintaining and funding commitment and continue to look. So acknowledging that we're already starting to hear some recommendations from the CRC, we've woven some of these together. Maximize collaboration with the Community Reparations Commission and partners to effectively implement short and long-term recommendations. That part stayed the same as previous. Including audit findings. Grow reparations investment by maintaining funding commitment and continue to look for more revenue sources and partners. And then third is implement long-term accountability strategies as recommended by the CRC.
Great
Does that
job.
reflect?
Great job, everybody.
Yeah, what do you think?
I just wonder, and maybe okay, when we look at reparations, and it is even though it's a goal of ours, like you said, it still involves the community. I'm just wondering, if we actually put in something like maximize collaboration and with the Community Reparations Commission, right? Should we add something like,
And partner?
and the community, that's what I was wondering, is community considered partners?
Yep.
Okay, that's what I wanted to just sort of get some clarification on. Okay,
We also spoke a little bit about how an objective underneath that would be the community engagement that's starting and is a recommendation, not just now, but for the stop the harm audit and the recommendations. So there will be multiple objectives coming out of the recommendations of the CRC that might not be named here, but they might be objectives underneath the goal.
yeah, that's what I was concerned about. I just want to make sure, because if the community looked at that, they still feel, I was just concerned about if the community looked at that, they would feel like they're not being included or something, and that was, I was trying to
Could you
figure.
say community partners?
Community part, yeah, let's say, yeah, something to bring the community in, I think that would be good. Yeah, that,
Awesome.
okay,
Can
that's it,
someone
thanks.
remind me, I'm like flipping through my memory on the different documents that have been shared, like I'm not sure if I could tell you what the long-term accountability strategies are, like which recommendation set is that? So I need to know what those ones are, and I'm not sure which document.
I don't know that we got.
We don't have that
We don't have
yet.
them yet.
You,
Oh,
this, I think, isn't that addressing the issue of who is going to make sure, or what system is going to make sure that the recommendations are implemented over time?
implement long-term accountability.
So-
So we're saying we're gonna implement strategies we don't know yet?
No, well-
I'm confused.
No, I think it's, well, my understanding is that there is an assumption that after the commission has submitted their long-term, short-term and long-term recommendations, that the commission will, so to speak, dissolve. But the recommendations will be there. What body is going to oversee the implementation and the execution of these goals while keeping the best interest of the commission intact? Because they will not be here forever.
Kind of like the COC for homelessness.
So it's like support the recommended body to oversee the long-term strategies?
Support the
My thought is
recommended
they were
body?
doing short, medium, and long-term goals. I think they gave us like a short term, which was go out and do this audit, right? And so I don't know that they've made their long-term recommendations yet because they haven't made those decisions, right?
Right. The Community Reparations Commission as a whole has not voted to approve any of their short or long-term recommendations aside from requesting the city and the county to conduct the Cease the Harm audit. And then there was that earlier funding request, which of course you all have not necessarily formally committed to, but through the budget process, you've added the 2% compounding percentage increase each year. So implementing the long-term accountability strategy, yes, there has been a discussion with the Reparations Commission around having a universal accountability strategy that would be part of their recommendations, but that body of recommendations has not been voted on yet by the full Community Reparations Commission. Those individual recommendations are still at the impact focus area level and need to be reviewed and prioritized by the full commission. That's happening this spring. So I just know that they're kind of in draft format right now still.
So should we remove the last sentence?
That would be my
Yeah.
recommendation.
I guess one of my concerns, it wasn't the way that I would have worded it, but when I attend or watch the meetings, there is a real concern that we're not going to support them after the recommendations are passed. And I think we need something here that says we know that the work will continue beyond the recommendations. They just got to stop the harm audit. So it seems like there's got to be a way to signal ongoing support beyond, like in this year.
I see effectively implement short and long-term recommendations though. So how is?
Well, that sounds like the city's gonna do it. And we wouldn't disband the tree commission, just,
And community partners.
Even though it says community partners, it feels, they're just asking.
well, I mean, the county has, signaled that they might not fund staffing beyond this budget cycle. They're having the same conversations we are. I would like to see us fund staffing beyond this budget cycle.
The first sentence though, so I was getting hung up on long-term accountability strategies. I was like, did I miss the memo that said I haven't read those strategies, what are they? And what I'm hearing here is
They're not there.
they're in progress. And when I go back to read the first sentence, we're saying that we're gonna support implementation of those. So I wonder, is the last sentence duplicative?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Or am I missing
You
something? 'Cause I'm
said
here to listen.
support, but it doesn't read support. So it could say maximize and support collaboration.
Well, I don't know. I need to see all the details first. I'm not sure. Just kidding.
I just want to speak to our working agreements is like, sometimes it can feel like you're shutting down even if we're playing around. But I really think that we probably want to say support, like you just said the word support, but I think we want to put it up
Well,
there.
and Jamie wrote that up and it was something else before, so I'm just trying to sort through.
I just for reference, I asked Jamie as she was writing, is like any recommendations that you all say, just stick them up there, because then we can track them and then we can always edit them. So that's why she put that up there.
Effectively implement, I mean, it says implement, so I think that means support, but I mean, and I'm joking, but I'm not joking. I mean, On the other one, we're saying, well, we don't want to commit because we don't know all the details. And here we're saying, we're committing, we don't know the details. So I'm just pointing out the irony a little bit, but if that's the consensus, again, supporting the group and the consensus. The commission has discussed several times the need to have a system to put all the stuff in place after they are disbanded. And they don't know exactly what that's going to be, and we don't know what it's going to be. And we don't know what, if the recommendation is going to be like, city, it's going to be 100% your job to do this, figure it out. We don't know. I mean, it could be.
That's what I was getting ready to ask. One question I wanted to know was who's actually going to actually put it in, you know?
Well, the commission will make a recommendation
Of who?
about how to ensure the long-term implementation, but we don't know what that recommendation will be. We don't know if it'll be our burden to do it, or if it'll be a shared obligation. We don't know if it'll be a recommendation to create a longer-term commission that takes over to bird dog the implementation process. We just don't know what that's gonna look like quite yet.
And it sounds like, Kim, your concern was you just wanted the committee to know that the recommendations are going to be considered, because they're concerned that they're gonna do all this work, and then like, the city's gonna be like, yeah, sorry, we're not gonna do anything.
We had a conversation together. I was just trying to lean back for a second because I've been talking a lot and listen to what other people had to say about how this reads.
Well, my thought was that after the recommendations, that the committee would disband. But very early on, I heard the commission say, like, we're very interested in maybe forming another body to oversee implementation, to try to see if, make sure that the intent of the strategies are intact, even after the life of the commission. So I was just signaling that that could very much happen at the end of 2025, and maybe we should just suggest that we're open to supporting an additional body to oversee implementation.
What if it said, consider support? I mean, I don't mean to like muddy this up a bit, but what I heard you say is open. We're open to supporting it.
I'm open to supporting it, and I think this body would believe that there needs to be some oversight.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a different analogy. Is like, we have the urban forestry master plan coming up. We have a new urban forester. As soon as the recommendations of how to maintain and restore our tree canopy come out, we wouldn't be like, okay, Urban Forestry Commission, we don't need your professional lived experience anymore. We're not going to support the staffing of the plan and go do something somewhere else. We would definitely be like, we're going to follow through. We're going to support the actual work to get the outcomes.
I guess the only thing that I would add, though, is at the formation of this particular commission, it wasn't formed as a long-term body or board or an advisory board. It was formed to do short, long, midterm recommendations. And then there was an expectation that it was going to disband at some point,
And since we don't know.
once that body of work was completed.
Since we don't know all their short, medium, and long-term goals, and whether or not we can support them, one of those goals might be to continue the commission. So
Could be.
there's just a lot of unknown.
Can you say more about the body that's being considered?
I don't think I know of any conversations on the commission of a body, but I imagine that there will be a separate body of people who are appointed to oversee implementation.
Just like the COC idea, right? Yeah.
And so was that language, the support development of long-term, was that your suggestion?
It wasn't my exact
The green
language.
one-
I
the
think you can read what I put,
Maybe, is this yours?
yeah.
Oh, your mic.
What body will
Kim, your mic.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Determine what body will oversee implementation and accountability.
And for timing reasons, like maybe it's work towards determining what body will oversee implementation and
Is there a reason that you moved from determined to where we landed
I
with
don't know, we got in
support?
conversation over there, so it kind of got lost, but support the development of long-term accountability strategies. Because they might recommend that, something very different, but I'm saying that I believe that a body of individuals committed to strategy, implementation, and accountability would be of my interest, but I don't know if that is the will of the commission.
Right.
So does the new sentence, because I remember that being the part of the conversation is like, this might be one, but it could be another, so we shifted something.
Yeah, I don't remember where we shifted and how we landed here, but yeah, that's just my hope.
I feel like there's kind of a dual conversation similar to what we just had with the homeless strategies. It's like in the report, start a COC. That looks like this was a strategy that was recommended. And once the report was done and everyone could read it and absorb, that became one of the first primary recommendations that started moving forward. And so it sounds that this is similar, is that there will be a need to have some type of body that stewards the team to make sure that the recommendations don't stall. And to me, that feels a little bit more like a strategy or an objective, that it almost feels like later this year, we're gonna see that slew of strategies and recommendations, and that this time next year might be the time to be like, yeah, we're all in on this. But I do feel like,
And the suggestion really might be premature because it might be one of their recommendations. So they'll be watching and they'll hear, but I believe that is probably how they'll end their recommendations with kind of a near future plan on who will govern
yeah.
the implementation.
And I like this idea. And I think that giving them time to like get the cake baked for us. And so it's really instructive for me, as several other council women spend a lot of time with that commission. And so I look to you for leadership and listening. And so to anticipate this is the conversation coming down is really useful, and I appreciate it.
Brad?
If I could just make a suggestion, I spend a lot of time with the Reparations Commission. I think that obviously we recognize that what we'll just call long and medium-term strategies are still in the baking stage right now. So keeping that somewhat vague, not unimportant, but not going overly specific, I think they would appreciate, because they want to be the ones that are creating those things. They do think that the audit implementation is important, and there's going to be some overlap there, but I think they would appreciate calling that out as sort of a separate thing. I wonder if you might just add this last sentence in a couple of words to the end of that sentence as part 3, to where you're going to say you're going to support the long-term recommendations that they're making as commission, implementation of the audit, and long-term accountability strategies. Because it's not whether or not there will be a body or not. Again, I think that's getting baked too, but there does seem to be consensus around making the recommendations, but also then what's next? What is the path beyond the commission's life? So just as a suggestion, if I could just say maximize and support collaboration with the Community Reparations Commission, community partners, to effectively implement short and long-term recommendations, including the audit findings and long-term accountability strategies.
Brad has become our wordsmith. It's amazing. And then do we remove the rest of this? Is that what?
You can remove that third one.
All right, what do y'all think with that one sentence, just the one sentence at the top, right? Oh, still have the second one, okay. I'll just read the whole thing. Maximize and support collaboration with the Community Reparations Commission and community partners to effectively implement short and long-term recommendations, including the audit findings and long-term accountability strategies. Grow reparations investment by maintaining funding commitment and continue to look for more revenue sources and partners.
The last one's in conflict, to grow and maintain at the same time.
Well,
But the funding commitment is.
Our funding commitment does grow, because it has a percentage growth escalator. in it.
Oh, so that's like a technical thing.
Yeah.
Okay, by maintaining, okay, all right.
Good question, though, because otherwise I get, well, hold on, I have to say that. Well, we know.
How are y'all feeling about this one? Thumbs Thumbs up? Feeling good? Sweet. Nice job, y'all. Way to like stick with that conversation. That's all of them, right? All right, nice job. Give yourselves a hand. We have some goals. All right, I think this is a good time for a break. But before that, any just like closing comments about the goals for 2025? Anyone want to add any thoughts? Maggie?
Something that I was reflecting on and I shared briefly yesterday is that, and this could just be because, well, I'm not going to precurse it. When I look at this, several of them seem to be focusing on like really tricky, hard things that are not going well in our community. And that's our job, and we should. But I also feel like curious about what is the beautiful community we're building towards. That it just makes me want to flag. I think having continuity of these goals and priority areas over the last 3+ years has been really meaningful, but I don't know, next year might be interesting to really see if there's a step back that we can have a process to see without growing to 50 goals. But I don't know, I just feel like this doesn't fully encapsulate the vision I have for our city. And that's okay, it doesn't have to have everything, but it might be appropriate to have kind of a refresh in the future.
For next year? Any other comments?
Just that I think, to Maggie's point, it would be really easy for us to list off a long list of goals for the community. And I feel like what I learned from, maybe it was last year or 2 years ago, was that staff really needed us to focus so we could help inform their work plans year by year. You know, so I in no way take these goals to be the only things we're working on. It's just like, staff, how can we give you some, flashlights on what corners you should be working in? And so for that reason, I don't know, I feel like if we wanted to, like the comp plan, I feel like is so vague and it's not something we do very often, but there isn't really a document out there that's like, here's all the things we wish we were doing. So I feel you.
Yeah, maybe something to strive for next year. Yeah, that's cool. All right, we're going to take a break in a moment, but first, when we come back from the break, there will be an opportunity for our staff to ask questions of council to get clarity on any of these goals here, and so that includes those of you in the back row, staff. I'm looking at you. If there's questions you want to bring to this council for clarity, that's going to happen right after the break, so be percolating on that. Well, I know. I mean, we're rocking it. Yeah, don't exactly. You'll notice I have not said anything about it. All right, let's start up again in 15 minutes. So at 2:25. We got unstructured hour. Maggie. All right, so this next thing is this came as a request during the conversations that I had with staff and council and prepping for the retreat, was a request to give staff some time to ask council questions around everything that just came up, the strategic priorities. So looking at the strategic priorities and goals, staff, this is your chance. What clarifying questions do you have for council right now? Deborah.
You just call on me, huh?
That's right. Well, your light turned on.
So first, let me start with saying thank you. I think you heard from Rachel earlier about not changing the strategic priorities. We appreciate that. The goals, we think that they are broad enough that we can provide for you all initiatives and projects, things that we are working on, so there's some clarity that you see the alignment of, here are your broad goals, but here are the specific things that we are working on. Some of those things may go through council committees or to advisory boards, and some may not. I'm trying to actually telegraph for you all kind of the next steps after the retreat. We take what you all have provided for us, your strategies, your priorities, goals. We will come back with strategies, and then we will workshop them with you all, either through a committee over the next fiscal year. We will also look at, from a existing organizational work plan and a future organizational work plan to see, from a budgetary perspective, potential requests that have been made that are aligned with these goals. So that's where we are. We don't actually have any questions, if that's okay.
That's, of course it's okay.
Sage thought there was a question. Do you not have,
She brought it to our table.
oh, you brought them the question.
Were you trying to plant a
She
question, Sage?
infiltrated our little staff meeting.
All-star team over here so I can hear their questions.
Well, in my conversation with Sage, I was under the impression there might be some lack of clarity in our direction to you all. Is there anything that you felt like came out kind of fuzzy here, or?
Around the UDO is what we were chatting about. Did you feel the support you needed from us to champion the next steps in that process?
Absolutely, we do.
Awesome.
Okay, so are we, Maggie I think you just mentioned something about that possibly want to discuss where we are with that. Was it Stephanie you said that?
Deb was saying that they kind of talked with staff and that they're in a good spot.
Mm-hmm.
They feel clear that this is on the priority list and they'll proceed.
Okay, that's good.
We know how to proceed.
Awesome.
With a full revamp of Chapter 7 or partial revamp of Chapter 7?
I don't know if
takes
they're
We
ready
are,
to get
we
into it.
are, we're going to work through that to make sure that within the year's time, or possible multiple years, that we can bring back something that's doable. You all know, my approach is I just do not want to overpromise
Overpromise
and
and
underdeliver. So we need time to kind of process some of this, but again, we will be, it's like,
Holding up
I'll
the
hold
I don't
mine
want it to
too.
burn out.
Here's
I don't want
mine.
to get burned out. There you go,
Here's mine.
exactly. Exactly. Especially considering a GO bond and all the work that, there's a lot that needs to get done. And we just want to make sure, again, that we're looking at initiatives and projects that we can align with your goals, look at requests from departments in terms of resources, and make those alignments.
And hopefully we can continue on the timeline for the missing middle.
Absolutely.
implementation.
Yes, ma'am. And the housing policy plan. And, I mean, and on and on and on. But what we do want to come back again for you all to see is that alignment with, here are your goals, here are the strategies and objectives. Because that's our format, right?
And so tell me more about that, because I feel like, will this be a new iteration in us with planning? Because I don't know if after last year we set goals, we didn't really come back or in our committees then look at strategies or objectives. We looked at timelines for what would be on agenda items of our committees, which I
Correct.
wouldn't call that objectives. So are we looking at kind of going a layer further in the strategic planning
I said
methods?
objectives, we may not have
Okay.
objectives, but we definitely will have strategies, and our strategies will most likely be projects, initiatives that we have underway. I mean, for us, it's about continuous improvement, and how do we continue to keep you all informed about what we are working on, what are expectations of things that will go through a committee, because some of these things may not have to go through. I mean, some of the projects that are in alignment with the revised goals may not have to go through a committee, but we want to make you aware of them.
Can I ask an agenda question? So are we at the part that's supposed to happen at 3:30 and it's 2:33?
Yeah.
Is that right? So
Yeah, we're a little ahead of.
And you're basically saying you're clear, you don't.
We're done.
You don't have any more. Okay, so you're gonna do like some heartwarming wrap-up, I'm assuming?
We are going to do a close, yes. In a few moments. Is there,
Trust fall.
But
there's something else you want to
yes,
cover,
before we
Esther?
get to the heartwarming wrap up, I just, I just wanted to say, we had this brief conversation about, well, in the larger conversation about employee pay, we had kind of a sidebar over here. We were talking about how city council members are considered in terms of being employees of the city. And we are temp seasonal employees, just in case you didn't know. So we do qualify for health insurance benefits, but we don't get any retirement benefits. We don't get any 401k or anything like that, which is different than, say, the county commission. I don't know how it differs from other cities necessarily, but we do know that this job is time consuming and that it does not pay very well. So I wonder, and I sense that there's probably community support for the idea that that's true. And I wonder if council would consider, as we review the wages for staff coming to us in this next budget, having just a look at seeing if we are fairly compensated and if it wouldn't be appropriate to allow us to qualify for, say, retirement benefits or 401k or
I would be
a
curious to
salaried
see.
employee other than a temp seasonal employee.
So I'd be interested in that, and actually not so much for this particular group of people, but I think, as with other positions, benefits can attract more people. And I think without them, you run the risk of only people of
Who
a
can afford
certain
to.
Right.
income
Yeah.
level being able to even run for it. So
Right.
with that in mind, I would be,
And even job flexibility, like I
Yeah.
think a lot of us seem to have some job flexibility. And that, I agree, it precludes some people. I would like to see it just, I remember from years before, not being on council, just watching and being like, wow, what does that equate to, like 50 cents an hour? And is that like a reasonable thing? I'd be curious to see how we compare to how other cities do it.
Yeah, especially noted recently that we don't have, to my knowledge, anyone at the table right now who's relying on the deeply affordable housing we're talking about. We're missing that renter's voice.
Yeah, I think that goes to the access issue. I mean, who can possibly serve on a city council? You have to have sort of a unique set of circumstances to be able to do it. So, and that's very true because of what it doesn't pay and what it doesn't offer in terms of support to be able to do the job.
Mayor, would you want to just put that in a Post-it so we can put it on the parking lot? I mean, I think Deborah's capturing it, but,
As
Okay.
well.
okay, I mean, just for the notes.
Okay.
We're all tracking the request.
Somebody else can put it on. There's like a resistance to put it on the Post-it.
I just don't want to park it. I want it to,
Yeah.
I want it to dry.
I got
Well, we're not doing it right now. This is just a parking lot from the retreat.
And you've seen how we maintain our decks.
Dang, okay.
My mic was off. It's a hard one, y'all. I'm concerned.
Anything else related to council business that we need to talk about right now?
Maybe this comes up in your happy, warm ending, but I just really appreciate everybody's effort. I feel like this is one of the best retreats we've had since I've joined this bunch.
All right.
Oh, the
Just say that.
No, we're not, we're gonna have like, be here at least for another 20, 30 minutes, okay? So just to set expectations, we're not walking away in the next 3 minutes, all right? It's still consistent with the agenda. All right, actually, let's take a moment and look back on the last 2 days. We have done a lot. I am very impressed with you all. I'm impressed with the focus. I'm impressed with the way you all work together. And so if you can imagine, back like 20 years ago when we had rewind buttons, which like you to hit the rewind button and go back to yesterday morning at 9 o'clock. And we're going to do a quick summary of everything we did, and here's how it's going to work. Kim, you're going to kick us off, and you're going to give us like a couple sentences of what happened at the beginning of the day. We're going to chronologically go around for the next 2 days, and Brad is going to provide the close.
Starting with day one.
Starting with day one. So you got to like pace yourself, try to remember what we did. All right, Kim, do you mind kicking us off?
We all came from all over the city, from our neighborhoods to the Civic Center, and didn't start on time because we were so excited to see each other and get coffee.
This is true.
Oh, boy, okay. And after we arrived, we heard a welcome and overview from Amy. No, what'd we do? We started the conversation around relationship building, what happens, creating the working agreements, how we have interpersonal relationships, do we do them as groups and individuals, and just how do we care for each other?
Hey, Sage.
We selected cards outlining our hopes for the next 2 days.
Then we got to the highlight of the retreat, which was the city attorney's rousing overview of council ethics.
It needed to be said.
Everybody's like, where was that at?
Thanks, Ben.
You skipped the break. And then after Brad's fantastic, uber clear legal analysis, we went back to work on more working agreements. That's it.
And the working agreement conversation was extremely interesting. And then we reflected on how interesting they were, and then we had to wait a long time for lunch.
And then we had lunch.
No, Esther. You got to add more than that. We only have 4 more people for the next day and a half.
And lunch had options for salmon, and it was pretty, it was pretty heavy. I was kind of, I don't know if I could go past lunch because there was like a period where I was like a
little lull.
after lunch.
Lunch coma.
Lunch coma.
Sandra.
Sandra.
Okay.
Turn your mic on.
Then we did the welcome back.
Oh my gosh, you all.
Yep, okay. The welcome back and quick check-in. And now we'll turn it over to Shanika.
And then we met to get a clear understanding and shared language around goals, strategic priorities, and vision.
That was this thing. Remember this?
Look at that. See, I gave it
We're going to cover the really non-substantial parts where we set priorities for the city. That little bit.
We had a wonderful dinner last evening, and when you returned today, you also heard a tremendous amount of useful information about the budget, about staffing benefits and compensation. You went back to work on your priorities, which you have finalized with very clear language. Staff had an opportunity to look at it and decided that they felt they had all the clarity they needed to run with it and implement and operationalize your goals. Then you heard a rousing final speech from the city attorney about how it all came together at the last minute successfully.
Thanks for bringing us home, Brad.
There's a missing part, I feel like.
Oh, Kim, yeah.
It doesn't matter.
All right, y'all pull out a device or a computer. I'm going to throw up another reflection question for you to answer on the screen. There's going to be 2 questions. Let me show you how this is going to work. Okay, so you did this yesterday, and I'll put the QR code up in a moment. But there's one little change from yesterday, so look up here so you catch this. In the top of the screen, there's 2 little arrows, okay? You're going to answer this first question, which says, select a card that represents a big learning or aha moment you had during this retreat. So you got a little review just now. Think back on the 2 days. What's a an image that reflects a learning or aha moment. You can answer that question just like we did yesterday by clicking on a card, entering your name and why you chose that card. And then you're going to go up here to this little arrow. You can see up. Oh, it's not showing my. Oh, well, anyway, the pointer is clicked on the arrow. And then you're going to have another question, which is select a card that represents one hope you have for our team as we move forward into this next fiscal year. So that might be a question kind of bringing in some of the working agreements and like how you hope the team works together. So start out with this question, answer it, and then click the arrow through to the next question. What questions do you have? Oh.
It's not,
How do we get the?
Yeah,
we need
I don't
the
see.
QR code. Oh, there it is. Okay, there we go.
And Antonella, using your device? Because I can put up, there we go. There you go. Oh, you can, there's the URL right there. Okay, so then use the arrow to click to the next one. If you use the arrow at the top.
Got it.
You see it? Okay, perfect. Got it?
Got it, yeah. Okay.
Sweet, y'all are good. You want some help, Sage?
It is not pulling up the code, isn't that funny? Just putting the little box around it. Oh, there it goes.
Sweet.
Maybe just my internet.
Okay. There's a little arrow at the top, Esther. Yeah. Oh. Do you see it?
Wait, go to Sandra.
With the bears.
But so did Rachel and Maggie.
Once you're done, put down your device just so I know you're done.
Been slowly collecting them from you throughout the retreat.
Esther.
Oh, that's one of the colors.
I'm not ready to get this one.
All right, I think almost everyone's finished. If you're still writing the last one, that's okay. Would love to, as we chuck balls at each other, would love to hear from you all out loud on this question, which I already forgot what it was. A learning or aha moment you had during the retreat, as well as one hope you have from our team. And I will, as you share, I will put them up on the screen. Who would like to go first?
Who wants to go first?
Do what?
Sandra, you want to go?
Your stuck together one.
Read it out loud, or share out loud what you chose and why.
Oh, I just chose the, I don't know what kind of little bears are all stuck together there. And so it just says that, and it shows all the different colors and flavors. So we all sort of, just a hodgepodge. And it just says, we're all stuck here together, so let's make, stuck here together, so let's make the best of it.
That was your learning. All right, Sandra, share with us your hope.
Yeah, give us your hope.
Oh, did you finish it?
You didn't do a hope.
I didn't do a hope.
Oh.
Okay.
All right, well, just tell us out loud, Sandra. What's your hope that you have for the team as we move into this next year for the council?
I didn't see a hope. Hold on. You see the hope?
All right, we're coming back to Sandra. Brad, we're going to go to you. Brad, tell us the learning or aha moment you had during this retreat.
I selected the bridge card because I think this is what staff comes into this looking for. We're looking for just give us the destination. And staff, I think, gets the clarity out of that to say, all right, now we know where we're going. We're going to figure out how to build that bridge, get across it, lead you to your destination. That's our aha moment when we get that point where we say, okay, you've given us enough clarity, now let us do our best.
And what's your hope as you move forward?
Disturbingly so, the mayor and I selected the same one. I'm a goal person, so I love it when they set up things and we can start checking boxes and say, all right, we know we're achieving, let's do them.
Awesome. Love it. Thanks, Brad. Maggie, you want to go?
And I think that's really strong leadership. If you're sailing a boat and you change tacks every 2 seconds, you're not going to get anywhere. So I feel that was a great aha.
Awesome.
And then for my hope is we follow through and get stuff done.
Sweet. Thanks, Maggie. Shanika?
I'm not ready.
You not ready? Okay. Esther?
Okay, I had the armadillo. And I said, some people have a bit of a shell, but this retreat helped me get to know them better.
Awesome. And
You have my shell.
share with us your hope as you move forward.
Oh, I know.
Whoops.
I did, so, yeah, the check. Seems kind of like a no-brainer, or the fish one, except you think we're gonna have valleys.
Deborah, you're up.
Absolutely, we are.
Well, Brad
So my aha was that I was surprised that there was a lot of agreement, way more agreement than disagreement. And I'm sorry, is that? You want to go to it? Okay. And that we are going to have some peaks and valleys, but I hope we get there and endure them together.
Awesome. Thanks, Deborah. Antoinette?
So essentially, mine was the same as Deborah's. I had the aha moment when we were going around doing everything. I was like, oh, we're really all kind of moving in the same direction. And when it came to the hope, my computer froze. And so I didn't get around to do it.
You can just tell us verbally.
And so, but like looking, I love the check marks, because I think that way too. So I probably would have picked that one, or I was looking at the elephant and I didn't know why, and I just, yeah, but I probably would have done a check mark or something like that.
All right, thanks, Antoinette. Ben?
So my aha was the hive, and I think that when this council works together, it's really a powerful body. I think you all have the best interest of the community at heart, so you always have that one thing you all agree on. So I think it's pretty special when you guys are together. Next is, let's see, moving forward. Yeah, and I just want to see you build on that. Like a school of fish, let's just swim together and get some things done.
Rachel?
Okay, so I had a lot of words that essentially said shared sense of purpose, which is what Councilmember Ullman just shared, but I also had the little bubble diagram that we've got different perspectives, but we have been able to effectively identify common goals. And then next, I also picked the School of Fish.
Oops, oh, man.
And the hope is that the establishment of the goals today can kind of serve as a way for us to check back in and make sure that staff and council throughout the fiscal year are swimming in the same direction.
Awesome, thank you. Sage? Use your mic.
Mike. I just chose, happy to see us patch together a quilt, also known as a city plan.
Awesome.
And my hope was that our questions lead to direction. Very literal there.
Love it. Thanks, Sage. Kim?
So for my aha, one of the things that didn't happen when we ran around the table just now is we didn't mention that we thank you. One of the things that happened when we went around the table just now is we didn't explicitly name, or we did finally explicitly name infrastructure in our strategic priorities.
Yay.
And that was work I appreciate. I think it's informative for our community, it's symbolic. But I put learning more about where we might land on bond phasing, capacity considerations included. Thank you, Maggie. And one of the reasons for that is we do the work sessions, sometimes we do a lot of hearing. I don't always get to hear folks on where they're landing until it's like the last minute. And so it felt good to kind of know where we're landing on that to support our priority of infrastructure. And my hope, I think it's possible that because the new continuum of care, I don't know, I think of the author Miriam Kaba. She says, because everything has to change, it can seem so daunting, but the good news is there's lots of places to start. And our response to homelessness needs to change. And we have some places to start. So my hope is that we will, as leaders, join the continuum of care, invite individuals in our organizations that we're connected with to join too. Because if there's questions about the strategies, it might be because we don't have all the right people at the table yet, and they need us to invite them. Like, I reached out specifically to the sheriff and asked him to join because I want him to like share in this work too. So like organizations, mom groups, reading groups, neighborhood groups, church organizations. I've been doing a lot of outreach myself, but I can only reach the people I'm connected to, and I need all of us to do that if we're gonna be able to support the strategies and have that trust. So that's my hope.
Awesome, thanks, Kim. Shanika, you want us to share?
I feel like we're maturing. Despite some little prickly points in when we first formed. But yeah, we're growing stronger bond and understanding.
Awesome. And your hope?
And my hope is that we'll continue to make the best time with each other, continue to make powerful and historic moves.
Awesome. Thanks, Janika. Sandra, anything more you want to add on your hope?
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm here. Hold on,
Oh, no, you don't have to put it in their app. You can just share verbally.
but you gotta see the thing.
Oh, okay.
Just push at the bottom of the page.
Okay, here you go. Okay, Sandra, okay. It's gonna be good. No, not really, because it.
Anticipation now.
There you go.
There we go. Look at that.
What is that? Oh, it's a lock.
Sandra, tell us about it.
It locks on zero. It says if we all share the combination to the lock, we can all move forward together.
You're feeling stuck today.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Did everyone share it?
Wait, did you want to share?
Oh, yeah, I'll share. I would say a big learning on AHA I had is as someone who lives here in Asheville and has not had the privilege or opportunity to really, well, I shouldn't say I guess I always have the opportunity, but I have not taken that opportunity to get to know what council's doing. And so just from a completely personal perspective, I really enjoyed it and I learned a ton about our city. I also, one hope that I have for moving forward for you all as a team is that you'll continue with this work, especially the work around, working together and checking in on those working agreements periodically and continuing with that shared accountability and making those repairs, as we all make mistakes. So that's one hope that I have because I know that teams that are really strong produce really strong outputs and strong results. And I'm excited. I feel very confident in you all as a person who lives here in Asheville. I'm really excited. I was very impressed with the work you all did, not just the results, but in how you did it. And I think that makes that's really important. And talking to some other people, other facilitators who are colleagues of mine, or other people I know in other cities who are on councils or work with councils, you all have a lot to be proud of as far as how you work together, because that's huge. So I really appreciated that. And just, I guess one other thing is just thank you for the service that you all are giving to the city, all of you on council, as well as staff in the room. You all are just, let's give a big round of applause for staff for all they do. Thank you. Thanks for being here and being in support roles. That was actually another real privilege of preparing for this retreat, which has taken about the past 2 months. You all know I've had a lot of conversations with you all as council as well as staff members, and I've been really impressed with staff all along the way. You all have just rocked it. So that was really, really a privilege to see. I actually have something, a favor I want to ask of you all. I would love to get some feedback from you and just what you all saw in the retreat so that I can continue to improve. And if you're willing, I have this little form, it takes about 2 minutes to fill out. And it's right here if you're willing to go to this QR code and then enter in that code retreat. When you go there, the questions are going to be just slightly off. They say something about Amy's talk. So just change that in your head to Amy's facilitation or Amy's retreat. So I'd love to get that feedback from you all. As we close. Uh-oh, what's it doing?
I think it's our internet. There it goes. It
Okay.
goes out and tried again. It came up.
You can also type in that QR or the link if you prefer. All right, I know if you're continuing to work on that, I just want to say thank you. You all keep on doing awesome work out in the community. Just some quick next steps is that I will put together a PDF of all of these posters and everything and compile a report of kind of a summary of what happened these last 2 days and the decisions you all made. And I'll send that to Deborah for her to share out. And so you'll get that within about a week. And yeah, thank you so much. I'm excited for you all. Yeah, thanks everyone.